화이팅!
Gen.G 화이팅!
DNF 화이팅!
GM프릭스 파이팅! 할 수 있다!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK, and this one is a very special day. It is me, Valdez, with Ox, and it's the David versus Goliath matchup that you were referring to yesterday.
Yes.
Not only in the first match, but also in the second match. This day is one that has some very clear favorites and some very clear underdogs, which just makes upsets more likely.
Yeah, underdogs against the overdogs. But we are actually lacking one of our usual dogs today. We'll get to that later. But a lot of dogs mentioned already. But I don't think we've hit our quota yet, so we'll keep bringing it up throughout the day.
Yeah, we'll see who's got that dog in them by the end of the day. Should be Gen.G, who are on a very big winning streak of 6 matches so far. They do look like the best team in the LCK, up against DNF, who, well, they haven't won a match yet. As you guys can see here, they have won 2 games, DNF, and no matches. So looking for at least one more win. At some point. I don't know if it's going to be today.
They don't quite have mirrored scores because Gen.G has actually lost 3 games. So they have a +9 versus a -10, but very close to being exactly opposite in scoreline, which is kind of fun, but also really sets the odds up in a certain way.
Yeah. Gen.G, quickly, they've lost a game to T1, to DK, and to BNK. So those are the 3 teams they've lost 1 game to.
Yeah, so pretty solid performance. I think it's safe to say, especially as Gen.G, the start of their schedule, they've faced a lot of our top teams. All the teams on the west side, D+, HLE, Nongshim, T1, they've faced and beaten all of them.
Yeah, so tonight, you know, Gen.G, they took the Bro match very seriously. I was actually very happy to see that. You know, they had lost to Bro in LCK Cup. They wanted their revenge, and they got it. And now they're coming up against DNF, which I don't believe they lost to. I'm 100% sure, actually, that they did not lose to DNF during the LCK Cup. And we'll see if maybe that is an opportunity, the golden upset opportunity for DNF to make a comeback.
We're going to have a sub today. Alluded to it earlier, Bulldog is not in, and Pyeongyeon is in a starting lineup. He has been playing in CL. Tall task ahead of him, I think it's safe to say. How will he play against Chovy with the most POM points? Hopefully, he'll just show what he can do. I don't think anyone's expecting necessarily him to win lane against Chovy, but we've seen players hold their own, especially ones we wouldn't necessarily expect. So hoping for a solid performance from him today, and DNF definitely need it.
They do need it. I think Pyeongyeon, this isn't the first time that he's been sent into a really rough spot up against Chovy, and he's going to be asked to do it once again. You know, DNF kind of just throwing him into the LCK and saying, well, best of luck, buddy, because you're up against Chovy, who not only does he have the highest POM points, he is currently the best player in the LCK, I would say. I think the only person who really comes close to him is Zeus, but even then, it does feel like there's a gap.
You're telling me right now Chovy's the best player in the LCK? Wow, this is such a new development.
In the regular season, yeah, I know.
Rare situation for us to encounter. You know, how many years has Chovy been in the LCK? And you're telling me right now he's at the top. Wow, that's you know what, I'm gonna say it's rather precedented, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty good at the game. He's got some very nice hexagonal stat graphs as well, which we saw on Twitter.
People do love a hex. Well, it's actually an octagon.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. I'll work on my numbers today.
Yeah.
As DNF will be working on that as well. They want just the 1 win. That's what that combined sign says right behind them. Please, just 1 win. And Berserker has been good. There's really not a lot of notes about Berserker, but unfortunately, he's really the only guy for DNF.
He's definitely been the best player for his team. Some of these stats you have to think about, because damage percentage, when it's that high compared to Rulers, yes, Berserker is doing a good amount of damage. You can see in the DPM. But also, notice that Ruler's DPM is slightly higher, but his damage percentage is a lot lower because Berserker is doing a lot of the damage to the team. Same with kill participation, right? 9th again for Ruler, 1st for Berserker. Not much is happening in this team without Berserker. He's really the player who is trying to put the team on his shoulders. And I think their best strategy is to play around him because, you know, he's been doing his best.
Yeah, he does a lot of damage. You know, the DPM you mentioned, the damage per gold, those are stats you can look at and say, hey, I mean, he's doing his job regardless of what team he's on.
I mean, having close DPM to Ruler when your team is struggling this much is very impressive.
Losing every single game almost. Yeah, it is. It's very nice, actually. There have been a lot of losses where Berserker is like 30k damage, got a really nice KDA, but then the rest of the team kind of falls.
Yeah, it's safe to say that playing the game as an AD carry is a lot easier when your team is winning than when your team is losing every single match. Anyone who plays AD carry in solo queue will appreciate that.
Yeah. We do have, I think there's just one AD carry player in our talent roster, which is Degon. I don't think anybody else plays
It's my
AD carry, right?
No, so I play a good amount, but does it count because I normally play
Ziggs? That doesn't count. I mean, it kind of does.
I mean, I do
but not really.
I do play AD carries as well, but, you know, I don't like suffering, so I like to play Ziggs.
Yeah, I don't like suffering either. That's why I play jungle. Wait. Yeah, no, there's just no winning with that one, as that is Choman.
The aura farming.
I don't know what the reference is to that anime picture, or if it's just an original drawing.
I'm pretty sure I saw him post that image on social media. Chovy himself, so, you know.
You mean Chomen?
Chomen, yeah.
Yeah. Putting on Whiting, as she came here from CL to watch.
It's a rough series to be subbed into, but, you know, Trial by Fire, I guess, is the name of the game.
Yeah. I mean, there is something to be said that if you're a new player, there's really no pressure on you if you're playing against Chovy. Like, there will be some pressure, right? Just any basic amounts, just because you're playing in LoL part. But the fact that you're playing against Chovy just means that you're not expected by any accounts to do well at all.
It's the balance of in-game pressure and out-of-game pressure. The out-of-game pressure is low because you're against Chovy. You know, if you do against him, fair enough, so does everyone. But the in-game pressure is high because you're playing against Chovy and he will bully you. So those are the two sides to it, right?
Yeah.
Unfun gameplay experience, but no matter what happens after, you can be like, you know what, I tried.
Yeah. Apparently that anime thing was from Bleach, which I have heard of at least.
And he posted it on Instagram. I told you post on social media. I saw that.
Yeah. So Gen.G also have side selection for this match.
Yeah.
just to, you know, throw a little salt in the wound before we get started, as the blue side right now in the LCK is very strong.
I feel like you're being a little bit biased right now towards Gen.G in this.
Yeah, you're right.
I prefer a bit more neutrality on the cast.
Okay, sorry. I'll try my best. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, getting some pretty staple bans coming out. The Vi tied highest ban rate in the LCK so far, close to the one that's closest. Rumble ban coming through. Obviously, I think a big talk in these early bans has been the top laners we have right now. The big four being Jace, Rumble, Ambessa, and Gwen. Rumble the only one taking off the cards now. Obviously, Poppy then going to get taken away as well, so that can flex between jungle and support, and even top. I mean, we did just see Cassante. Actually, I think he's going to get buffed next patch, not this patch, but yeah, Jace ban, Rumble ban, you just take the Gwen. What are you going to pick into this now? Because that's not a fun time.
I mean, this is now both Rumble and Jace, as you mentioned, are banned. Their final ban was Jace. But if you leave Jace available, then you just get first pick Jace on, right? Yeah. So I feel like there was a little bit of an issue prior to the Jace ban, but now they're really not in a good spot as Keen is playing Gwen,
I think
who did receive a little nerf.
Yeah, tiny nerf. I think you have to go as is in Zhao here. They have to go for the Sejuani instead. Obviously, Sejuani does pair well with the Gwen, but now you get Gwen Xin, which is a pretty nasty combo to deal with.
The circles.
They're instead looking towards the Neferi.
They want to add an extra dog on the Rift because Bulldog isn't here.
Ah, yes, compensating for the lack of dog with their own dog. Yes. They are the overdogs in this matchup, so important to note. Neferi going to get locked in, so good amount of AD damage coming from the jungle. Bounced out by these AP solo laners. Not fun to play into, generally. A lot of damage already picked up by Gen.G. And likely going to see top lane picked in here just to match this. Nothing really does fantastically into the Gwen. Ambessa is the last of those big four, but I think the problem is she's struggled into Gwen. We've seen a lot of scenarios where she's been struggling in that matchup.
Yep.
Her win rate in general in the LCK is pretty low.
It's 23%. She's 5 and 16.
Well,
so far.
I think the problem is, like, the champion is strong if you get later in the game, but like out of the other 3 top laners, they all bully here. Like the big top laners, the Rumble, the Jason, the Gwen, all bully her in lane.
Yeah.
Renekton also bullies her in lane, and we know LCK loves the Renekton, so I just think she has a hard time getting out of the laning phase. We're going to see that Kai'Sa banned away, denied from Ruler.
Yeah, I think that's fine. You know, Kai'Sa has been pretty big. We've seen a lot of Zyra Khan as well recently, just coming on through. A decent amount of Xayah in general, but maybe going to fall a little bit as the Kai'Sa won't be picked. And maybe looking for an Ezreal. Wonder what Berserker is going to be playing here. Elise also panned away.
Yeah, denied, especially when you have counter pick on red side. I think Elise is so strong just because she provides, you know, she's just versatile in the fact that she has dive threat, she can set up plays, but also a really strong lane because she's ranged. So not wanting to get counter pick with that. And we'll see what AD carry they opt to ban. They will go for the Alistar instead here, maybe setting up for a potential Rel. In Gen.G, you could ban the Rel, you could ban something like a Braum if you want to lean into something like Leona, but you know, Rakan is also available. I think you have a lot of options still in this situation. Could look to ban an AD carry. The big ones are open like the Ezreal, the MF.
Yeah. Or maybe you want to take one of those for yourself, so you just ban a support here, the Rakan. One of the ones you mentioned that does leave the Rel sticking out.
It's kind of a weird one because you have Talia, and that's nightmare scenario to play the Rakan into. So they end up banning it. I don't think it was really that needed. But the Ezreal comes through for Berserker. And now you have this safe sort of backline for the Freaks with the Ezreal Azir combo that's very hard to get onto and just kind of outrange your composition. They are looking at the potential Jhin though for Ruler.
MF is the classic.
Again, like, I think I prefer the Jhin. I think the problem with the MF is realistically who are you going to be able to keep accountable in your ultimate? And if you're not getting ult value, how good is your team fighting? I think the Jhin is going to have a lot more value. I think as well you have like the Gwen and the Neferi who can dive in. You can follow up with the root. Now for Duro in the support role, playing into an Ezreal, not the easiest target to get on top, so potentially looking at this Nautilus. Obviously the ult, even if you arcane shift away, it's still going to connect. DM Freaks could go the Braum here, and I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, Braum Sejuani, really powerful duo, just that double stacking passive that gives you so much value. Good matchup into the Nautilus, and also to the Jhin. One of the things with Jhin is, even if you just block one shot, that's a lot of his damage.
Yeah, and if you block one shot, it can make it less likely for the follow-up shots to hit, right? So I feel like Braum is a very good pick here. For me, really, the biggest issue for DN Freaks is the top lane, which I don't feel like Ambessa is a good answer here. And especially in this player matchup where Dudu has been struggling a bit, he doesn't really get, he gets a counter pick situation, but he doesn't really get the counter pick. So I think it's going to be big struggle streets for him up in top. Yeah,
I think the bot lane scenario helped DM Freaks a lot, but I think the draft was already in a rough spot before that. And I think, honestly, we need to see a really good game from Pioshik. I don't think he's been performing well so far this split. I mean, DM Freaks has been struggling in general. But you have this Ambessa Sejuani. If you find an angle, you could threaten the gank onto the Gwen. If you put the Gwen behind, that's where we can see the Ambessa maybe flourish. But I think if you allow on the top side just to naturally play out, it's going to be super favored towards Gen.G. And I'm not sure that Berserker is going to be able to do enough because he struggled to do enough in their matches before despite his best efforts.
Yeah, well, he's given the Ezreal. We'll see what he can do this time around. Very curious about how the Chovy Punyan matchup is going to go this time. As we are ready, let's hop into the rift for game number 1.
세관사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, game number 1. There's a very vocal fan for DNF saying, "You can do it."
Oh,
as Braum level 1, it's going to connect.
Oh, he has a new skin as well. That's peak.
All right, DNF, now's your chance. You're just getting hooked, and you're in the
no.
jungle. Not a level 1 death.
No.
Not like this. Okay, heal comes out.
I was going to say, I do think having a level 1 strategy, great idea when you're, especially when you have like a Braum on your team, Braum Ezreal, you're playing against a stronger team. You know, all those strategies that people label cheesy, I think those are the ones you want to pull out against a much stronger opponent, because that's how you catch them off guard. If you play straight up League of Legends, not going to work. That wasn't really a level 1 strategy. That was just run at Duro and press Q twice. And fortunately, it didn't backfire enough to be super consequential, but Life is now lacking that heal. So down a little bit in those summoner spells in the bot lane.
Yeah, I used to cast the game StarCraft 2. There's a lot of cheese, and whenever a weaker player would play up against a stronger player, I would say it was like a 40 to 50% chance you would see cheese. In League, we see a lot less. I feel like it's a bit harder. It's a different type of game. Nice hook here, nice trade from Duro. Doesn't seem like they'll be able to really trade back. Life getting chunked and down a heal is a bit of a problem.
One of the things with the matchup of Nautilus into Braum is that obviously if you get stuck in melee range, the Nautilus isn't going to have a good time. But if you go for short trades, you can actually be pretty impactful. You know, you land a Q and you just walk away. You know, you don't get stuck into the extended trade where you're going to get locked down. Berserker's going to stack up his passive. So if Duro and Ruler want to play this, it's like that. You know, short trade, play around the Aftershock, and just chip away at Life's life.
Yeah. What's that thing you used to tell me?
Break the wrist and walk away. You know, the classic line.
Yeah.
And you can see already, despite this being a Ezreal Braum favored lane, because of how Duro's playing it, they're actually at a HP advantage.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking good trades. Jin is under 0 threat, and now you see that Life actually leaves to put down a ward just for safety, but yeah, they're just being pushed in. It's not a very fun time.
Yeah.
Berserker already down on CS.
Interestingly, Ruler didn't opt for cleanse in this situation, which I think is a fine decision. You know, you're playing Jin. Not that many situations they should have access to CCU, but it does mean if you do get in a compromising position against, you know, a Braum Sejuani, you can be locked down pretty comfortably. And yeah, 5 loss streak for the Ambassador, and you're kind of seeing not so fun laning into Gwen in general, but the Ambassador definitely has struggles with it.
Yeah, I think a lot of our weaker teams as well are kind of leaning on it, where, you know, a couple will get banned and then they pick Gwen, and it's like, well, what are we going to pick? Well, I have, you know, 30, 50 games on Ambassa. Let me try.
Yeah.
But they're not getting wins. And neither is Sejuani, and that includes Owner, who does have a couple of losses on the pick.
You know what's crazy is that, you know, I had a 6 loss streak. I'm pretty sure the win rate of this champion was super high before that loss streak.
Yeah, must have been 6-2.
Yeah.
Now it's 6-8.
So it started really well, but it's kind of fallen off a cliff. Interestingly enough, just struggling to have the same impact. I think as well, you know, Sejuani works well paired with the right sort of champions. But I do feel like we often have this tendency just to pick it, you know. The classic is when you have all range and then like a Gnar in the top lane and you lock in Sejuani. But so far, not seeing too much attention towards the top side. We did see the Keen TP'd in and took some heavy trading, and then Dudu TP'd back. So Dudu actually has a pretty big health advantage, but is quite far behind in terms of farm.
It's a nice hook here onto Berserker, but guess who is here? It's Pioshik. He did not break the wrist and walk away. He broke the wrist and stood around as now we got a trade in the top lane. Keen solo killed by Dudu, and now in the bottom lane, Duro gonna be taken out by this nice gank roller. No flash, no barrier. He is dead, as that will be another couple of kills to DNF.
Oh, Berserker!
No way.
9 HP I saw him have just for a second there. Down to the wire. I'm not sure exactly. We didn't get to fully see what happened in the top side to lead to Keen being so low. You know, you saw the TP timings. It was clear that like Dudu traded heavy, and then he's okay. He's okay.
Yeah.
You saw that Dudu traded heavy, then TP back up, so he had a big health advantage, and Keen just kind of disrespected it completely. So he ends up getting solo killed. And then the bot lane, you know, we talked about Ruler not having the cleanse. We talked about the matchup and how you need to be in these short trades. I think Duro felt confident because he had a big wave, but just disrespecting the fact that the enemy jungler could be there.
Yeah, I mean, you see that he's already low in this one, and Dudu says, well, it should be kind of free. I got him, is what he says.
Yeah.
That's all he says.
It's a big, pretty uncharacteristic mistake from Keen there, if we're being honest.
I mean, we have seen our top teams disrespect some other lower ranked teams before. It has happened here at the LCK, and I think Gen.G are not immune to that either.
Oh, and now this is a situation where Berserker with that extra gold has a Sheen and a Tier.
We got Needles coming out here. Looks like Dudu's okay.
Okay, back to our regularly scheduled programming, I think, is what I'd say.
Pro gaming.
Top lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, pro gaming. And now looking potentially to dive Dudu. No biscuits available at the moment. And he is pretty low. This should be an easy dive to set up for Canyon if he wants to make it happen. In the meantime, do you see 2 grubs picked up by DM Freaks? Didn't get a full set, but do get the majority. And it looks like they're not going to end up going for a dive. Instead, potentially starting up this dragon.
You can start it up. You know, you took a good trade on the bottom side with Keen. You only got 1 grub, but you will get this first dragon, which is a Hex Tech. Does mean that it's not a Hex Tech Soul. Will it be Chem Tech again? Which we have seen way too much of this season.
Far too many, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, there's some good Hex Tech champions, sorry, Chem Tech champions in this game, but still, we've hit our quota already.
Yeah.
If we don't get another Chem Tech Soul throughout the LCK season, I'm fine with that.
It almost feels like you've kind of lost control.
A little bit.
Like, Chem Tech just has a mind of his own now.
It's become too powerful.
Doesn't really listen to you anymore.
This was going to be the plot of Season 3 of Arcane, but yeah, they kind of just wrapped everything up in Season 2.
Yeah.
The Chem Tech takeover would have been a good arc.
I miss the old Chem Tech. That was delightfully broken.
Oh, man. Don't even remember. Which, okay.
Okay, instead he's going to dash in instead of getting knocked back. Pyongyang, he will flash, but I think he just dies. Yeah, Roller just going to shoot him down. And Pyongyang not expecting the entire team to be there with the rotation coming up from Gen.G's bottom lane, and he does get punished.
Sometimes it's okay just to play lane, you know? You don't have to try and look for a solo kill angle onto Chovy. And I think regretting that window he thought he'd maybe spotted there, and does end up paying for it with his life.
But Onks, he's a challenger player.
Oh,
that's what happens in Challenger League every day.
Yeah, it's about limit testing all the time.
Yeah, it's a delightful league to watch for sure.
The delights in the LCK.
I think this is the second time I've used delightful today. I must be in a good mood. Just really looking forward to today's games, I think.
Yep. And you know, considering how the early game has gone pretty good for DM Freaks, all things said, right? But still, they're not particularly far ahead in terms of gold. It's dead even. I don't think Gen.G are really stressed out at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there was 3 kills, but you're losing in CS in mid, you're losing in CS in jungle, you're losing in CS in top. And
you're losing in CS in AD carry role.
You have a slight lead there, that's good.
Yeah.
Berserker's doing well. He did get that gank from Pyosik. But it's really going to make up for a lot of the lost gold. As now we do have Chovy and Canyon up on the top side, but Pyosik is also here. And Dudu backs away. He's also got Flash, and he's in Bessa. So should be totally fine.
See them. Pick up the Scuttle. Should be able to back away on this one. Setting up for the next grubs in a minute. Not really too much action to come from that. Duro is mid once again. Don't all in. He doesn't have ult yet, so he's not going to, you know. 10 seconds till the 0 is available.
We got Pyosik top, but so is Canyon. They're just both backing at the same time. They're going to stop the back.
Canyon, he can't resist.
Yeah, I understand.
He's got to do it. Sending a message, I think, is the key thing.
Yeah. We see you everywhere.
Yeah.
Even though DNF did clear 2 control wards.
And actually, because he applied the bleed, he got to recall quicker.
Maybe he thought about that. Maybe he was backing. He's like, you know what? If I get the bleed off, this is actually a win for me.
Yeah.
Of like 3 seconds of tempo.
Min-maxing the recall.
Yeah.
And now he actually recalled, and Pyosik didn't. He's just staying around and gonna look for these grubs.
I mean, they'll probably get them. We have Keen backing. He's got TP. But Canyon on the bottom side of the map is the biggest deal. They do not have their jungler for the grubs fight. It will take a little bit for Pyosik to start them. And Canyon's just doing the Raptors. Looks like with the pressure they have in mid lane,
Oh man, this is
just gonna back away.
This is one of these things where like Gen.G aren't even in a position to contest them right now. You know, Canyon's clearing his camps. But just the potential threat means that Pyosik like instantly backs up. He's instantly wary. Now they're moving over, but You know, I think that was very much a respectful move away, and it's stuff like this that over the course of the game will just gradually allow you to pick up more farm advantages. Speaking of farm advantages, Chovy's at 120 CS.
Chovy is chovying really hard.
He is.
He has spent his entire game just farming and bullying Pungyan. He's very good at bullying CL players.
You know, you can just cut that sentence short. You can just say he's very good.
I could
That's
say that.
That's a full sentence.
It's a little bit less descriptive, though.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
I think it's just very relevant. Chovy's very good.
He's pretty good at the video game.
Yep.
And I'm sure he will prove that here as well. Keen getting in, he's got needles out. And Dudu taking a huge amount of damage, is forced to flash. But now we've got Canyon on the top side of the map. Ult available, but looks like they're not going to take the chance. No wave, and life is actually up there. So, not going to force it. Going for the Seraphs first is Chovy. Finishes that off. Well, the Archangels for now.
Yeah, we've seen...
Oh, the cannon tile.
No. Oh, that is just tragedy. Is that enough to tilt ruler? That's the question, you know.
I think DNF just win from here.
It's the winning play. A lot of one-item spikes coming in across the board. And the Infreaks are really set up for this dragon. You can see Chovy positioned. He's looking for a wall.
Yeah, I mean, the wall...
Doesn't really do anything.
It's about sending a message. And there's the combo onto Life. He is going to go down. And he's basically the sacrifice. As he was trying to hold the door for the rest of the team. Berserker's just here, trying to do some damage. He has his Arcane Shift. He's totally fine.
I think it's really important when you're playing Braum. If they're looking to engage onto you, you have to get your shield up before the initial CC hits. No doubt we'll have a replay. We can sort of talk through it, but the difference it would make if he got his shield up before all that damage isn't loaded onto him could have been, you know, him being able to W and flash out and not die there. But either way, Dragon picked up for DM Freaks. It is going to be an Infernal Soul. Pretty nice for either team. But not a Chemtech. Oh man.
If that was old Talia, he'd be at like 30% health.
You mean Talia who doesn't rush Archangels?
Yeah, but also, you know, they took a lot of bursts out of her kit a while back when she was like played every game and she was played in the jungle all the time as well.
Yeah.
But that was actually the era of when people realized she should be played mid. But it was flexible, and then she got nerfed. And she's still good. Still very safe, still very good. Still bullying Pungyan, who is going top, looks like.
Man.
So Pungyan's not here, they don't have TP. And Chovy just gets a free plate and some free time with this bottom lane turret. More farm, importantly, as it is Chovy.
He's locked into farming. I think that's the thing, is some of these champions you think about, like, these champions are still meta, still played, but they're so much weaker than they were on release. Yeah. Or like, you know, even in their like prime eras. Braum is a great example. Braum, you know, there was that time where you just picked Braum every single game, no matter what, in every situation, because his passive did so much damage. It's like if you procced his passive, you just beat them down. Just smack them over the head with the ball.
Yeah.
It was just disgusting. You know, you think about...
I mean, Ambessa got nerfs, right?
Yeah, Gwen.
Gwen.
Man.
Remember Viego?
Oh yeah, when you could lane Viego?
Yeah. Not as present nowadays, but even as recent as last year was played all the time. And
Neferi just a rare exception.
Viego was just disgusting.
Neferi a rare exception where like this is the first time she has really been meta and played in pro.
That's nice, you know? Seems like they figured out how to make that work. The winning strategy.
Somewhat winning. We've seen some good games and some less good games, you know, from the Neferi.
So we're just trading turrets.
170 CS, by the way. I mean, Berserker's not far behind in terms of, you know, the CS race. But I don't think he's going to catch up. Oh, no.
That's a stun. Dudu down to half health. He is Mbessa, so I think he's fine. But he has to run away from the turret, importantly. So it's just more damage on the turret. He's trying to clear the wave, and now he's going to be punished for it. Why did he go back in? Now he got life in here as well. He's like, here, take me too. Why not? No, not like this, Life. He is going to back away. He will be fine. He gets the door up this time. But yeah, it's just as you mentioned before with like the very respectful Grubs take, it's just like bonus little things that are given over to great teams.
You know,
and if you give this to Gen.G, they will take your game away.
You can be forgiven for eating a combo from Chovy. You know, happens, you're low, okay. The second time you get seismic shoved, that's kind of on you. You know, that's kind of...
Yeah.
I mean, Chovy's good, but you shouldn't be letting that happen, okay? So, Dudu ends up going down. Some more pressure onto that bot side, and it's kind of just like split push Chovy at the moment. And Dudu's there. He's going back in for round 2. Obviously, Chovy will back off. Doesn't have to deal with that. But yeah, he's going to hit critical mass at some point.
Yeah. Relatively soon. Doesn't have a second item yet, but he's getting close. And now DNF say, well, we're just going to take the Rift Heralds.
Are they? I feel like maybe Gen.G might oppose this.
I mean, they said it.
Oh,
They said, they declared, we're going to take the Rift Herald. And I think Gen.G want to say no to that, as Duro is tanking up quite a lot here. The ult goes in. A lot of damage only goes on the front line as Dudu gets in the back line, but he immediately gets traded out for the support. That's not a good trade for him. Now Canyon in with the ult, but now Gwen, there is nothing stopping him from just running at the enemy team. In goes Canyon as well, looking for a bit more. Need another shove here. Berserker doesn't seem to have his arcane shift anymore. There it is. Finally does come up, and he is incredibly low. But they'll just take Punyan instead, they say, as Keen does pick up the kill. And, well, the Rift Herald was taken, but it was costly.
Yeah, I feel like the initial play was actually pretty good from the DM Freaks. I feel like they handled it well, and then Dudu came in and pressed all his buttons. So initially, Duro is the one leading the charge, but he's going into a Braum Sejuani. Life gets his shield up. He gets shredded down super quick. And at this point, they can just take the Herald and back away. But Dudu's TP puts him in the middle. He kills the low health Nautilus, but doesn't really do much else. And then it just gives free reign for Gen.G. They pop the Jingle and they start pushing up. And I feel like definitely one of these situations where you regret where your TP ended up, but also just gives free reign for the Jin.
Yeah.
And I think this is the thing, if you it's hard to lose a fight gracefully when there's a Jin on the enemy team, because as you're running away, he just pops ult and able to clean up.
You know, as we were saying, the beginning was good, right? So maybe the comms were like, hey guys, we're winning, go, go, go. Like, we got this, all the tanks soak the damage on our team. We can win this. Oh no, Punyan. Oh, not like this. Oh, he doesn't have a splash. And he saves the seismic shove for after he goes for the dash, knowing that he doesn't have flash, and just uses the rocks on the ground to stun him on the dash. As now Punyan 0-3. Unfortunately, not much he can do.
Going back to the last team fight thing, it's just if you look at that ward that Dudu teleport to, there's one like a little south of it that just timed out as I was talking about it. I think if he'd been a bit further away and not TPing into the middle of them, it would have been better, ultimately. As for...
Or he's Zambessa. You can TP into the team. They had a ward in the pit, and then maybe you go in.
That also works. And this... I don't know if we need to see this again.
I would have rather seen the life, door replay, right? The one you were talking about earlier. I don't think we need to see this one.
Well, goodbye.
Yeah.
Now Chovy got second item with that Sarah's fully stacked. We saw the point where both teams had kind of a lot of their one-item spikes coming through at the same time. This is where Gen.G's pulled ahead. You see, everyone has a gold lead across the board. Even Berserker was that one person who did have a bit of a lead.
11 gold in the lead.
Oh, it's back! But, we're starting to get these two-item spikes come through from the side of Gen.G. And the thing is, as much as this is great frontline for DM Freaks, Berserker has a lot of threats he has to cut through, right? He's nearly got his two-item spike, which is obviously big for Ezreal, but even if if let's say, for example, Keen goes super aggressive and trades his life for Berserker, that is winning for Gen.G.
Yep.
I feel like Berserker has to kill 2 or 3 people by himself to make the team fight viable, which is just not a great spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're playing into a Jhin, which you're not going to access, a Gwen that you can't hit.
Yeah.
It's not
also,
an easy game.
And a Fairy who half the time your Mystic shots just hit her dogs.
Yeah, hit the dogs or she's going untargetable.
Oh,
it's not an easy game for Ezreal, actually.
It really
feels like, maybe if he got very far ahead.
I think the only champion you're kind of vibing into is Talia, because it's hard to get seismic shoved.
Yeah.
Everyone else, it's just a bad time. I mean, I guess Nautilus is okay, but he can't just ult you and you can't even do anything to avoid that, so...
He goes after shock, and if you're wasting damage onto that, it just feels bad.
Bit of a sad time.
Yeah.
We do have lockets coming in for both sports. We've seen a lot of Zeke's pickups recently for supports. I'm not a big fan, you know. I can understand the thought process, and I know it's very popular in solo queue. You just have 100 more health than Locket. But that big shield for your whole team, very strong, you know. A lot of value.
It's more than 100, right?
More than 100, and it can apply to people who maybe have a little bit less health.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get an engage here onto the Nautilus as the... Okay, nice ult comes in, but this is everything into Duro. Will it be worth it is really the question, and he lives! So Duro lives, the wall comes in. Keen, they do want to continue this one, it looks like, but Dudu also teleports in and just immediately backs away. As now the flash on over from Duro. He really wanted a bit more. He's getting a little bit excited, perhaps.
Yeah, a lot of summoners been on the back of that play. Well, actually, I say that. It was 2 flashes. You know, it felt like a lot of summoners because
it's more than one.
2 flashes. A lot of health bars been. Berserker gonna... Oh, no.
Yeah, well, he's getting ulted, and now he's got to go for the flash away and the arcane shift.
Is 3 a lot? Can I say it now?
Yeah.
A lot of summoners been on the back of that play. But still a while away for the next dragon, so we'll see the impact of those being unavailable when that next objective comes through.
Vision control here for Taliyah is very oppressive. You see that Pioshik multiple times has been trying to get, you know, forward vision, just trying to see where the enemy is so they can set up for objectives. It's kind of the precursor for having a chance at team fighting. But Chovy always seems to be there, and he always seems to be punishing whoever does step up.
Yeah, a lot of control, and you can see those control wards in a kind of triangle around the river. DNFreak's trying to move in now to clear those out. I don't think at the moment they're in a position to contest. You see Juro's actually recalling. He went for some deeper wards. You can actually see just a little bit to the east off the blue buff. There's a couple of deep wards there. No TPs available, so nothing really to play around in that sense, but still gives some deep vision that DNFreaks definitely wouldn't expect.
Well, they really want to make their play here on this Infernal Drake, which we'll see how that does go. DNF aren't that far behind. It's only 3K, but, you know, even some Magic Pen going to come through for Chovy so he can deal with some of those frontliners a bit better. Alongside of his Leandries is now Life in a rough spot. His ult actually misses everyone. Is going to slow a couple of people, but he's still going to die eventually. Down he goes. A very desperate Sejuani just to try to get out, as now Pungyan going to be denied the wall away from the doggy. Canyon does go in. That's a double kill for Keen. And Dudu was on the bottom side as well. He never really got to join the fight. Gen.G, just a couple of free kills, and they will get a third Drake for it.
Yep, they just see an angle to go in, able to find targets they can easily take down. Canyon with a little neat outplay, dodging all of the Azir's abilities, but it doesn't even feel like there was that much effort needed from Gen.G. Oh, does force a flash there with the ultimate, so something to take away from this, but still, they're dragging for Gen.G, they're now on Soul Point, and I think the game already feels a little bit rough. If they get Soul, yeah,
Chovy gonna optimize his CSing with a Scuttle Crab take as well.
I mean, Life got the wall up at least, but they were never really in a position to fight, and he's already so low, he kind of just gets cleaned up. You see the ult comes out of Duro from Pioshik, and it's like, cool, whatever, he doesn't really care. Canyon dives in and uses the on-target ability to get away, and then Keen's like, okay, I'll finish it off. And it doesn't feel like anyone in Gen.G was really threatened.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't really. Cannon got a little bit low, but that was already after Pungyan used everything. So, not really going to amount to too much. And Gen.G aren't really rushing this. You know, they haven't overstepped their bounds. Chovy on top of the XP as well, followed by Keen and his own jungler ahead of the enemy team. So Cannon also doing a pretty good job. Hasn't died yet, he's 007. It's not a very secret agent, though. I think he's very obviously doing a good job.
He's a good dog.
Who's your POG for this game?
Probably just Chovy.
Just a Chovy angle?
Yeah, you know, Keen has been fine, but he did get solo killed. Canyon's been fine. Ruler and Duro, I mean, other than dying to the gank, you know, I don't blame them for that. It just feels like everyone's done pretty good on Gen.G, but Chovy's been pretty Chovy.
Been the cleanest.
Yeah.
Has the highest number.
Does have some big numbers. He would be so botanical right now. Like,
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
he's got a better octagon than anyone else, I think it's clear.
He does, yeah. He's great in the octagon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to set up any MMA with our players just yet. But soon. We do have a wall coming up, a failed engage from Duro, and Gen.G just say, we don't really want to do it. We're just going to flash away. And that does a bit of damage. A very low Otacon here. As Pyosik looking to try to get this one done. Duro extremely low. He should be going down. He just goes in. Meanwhile, Ruler is zoned away. It's a good fight here for DNF as Canyon in a rough spot as well. But some resets are coming out here. Some withdrawals as Pyosik is also going to withdraw. And we do have Ruler on the backside. Just going to hit Pungyan with that one. Gets the root down. And Pungyan is not very long for this world. Does go for the withdrawal. Dudu not going to get the kill on a Canyon. And Gen.G just play for the long game, and they get so much bonus gold on the backside of this fight.
Yeah, even though the Atacon was secured by DM Freaks, Duro with a bit of a misplay that ends up getting punished, it just didn't matter. The fight was so in favor of Gen.G. So starting off, Duro goes for this dredge line, little bit of a miss. And then suddenly it's like, wait, they can't just kill me. And I think DM Freaks realized a split second after. And then here, now they've lost a big piece of their frontline presence because Duro's low on HP. So he tries to sort of hold strong but gets bursted down. Pyosik does secure the Atacon. But the problem is this tower is still here, so they can't really chase down Ruler and Canyon. This tower is dead, maybe they just kill them. But Ruler has a prime spot just to back off and pop his ultimate. His ultimate gets, the Azir low, and then he lands that root as well. And it's just clean up from this point onwards. Berserker's trying to do what he can to Chovy, but unfortunately just isn't able to do enough. And yeah, it's Atacon, so it's like you're not getting as much gold as you would have killed them outright.
Yeah.
And they're also off the map for less time. That doesn't really matter, you know? It's still really bad for DM Freaks.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, it's a different type of Otacon throw. We've seen a lot of teams start it up from behind or from ahead and just get very low and lose a lot of resistances and then just die on the buff and then give it up. But this was a different kind where they get the buff, it looks like they're winning the fight, and then in the extended trade they lose everyone 5-0. That's never a winning trade.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that, even with the Otacon buff. So now I think, you know, we see some backs coming in. I think DNF, they see the writing on the wall. They say, well, we got to play for this Infernal Drake. Otherwise, we just straight up lose the game, as they will have too much damage. But the Baron is available. We'll see if Gen.G gets a little tricky here.
Have just seen IE picked up for Ruler, so he's doing a lot of damage. You know, we have to talk about Jin sometimes not... Oh.
Well, that's a choice Canyon can make. It will be okay.
I think they should have just gone for it, honestly. I mean, we have spectator view, we have more information. But I think he should have just ulted there, if I'm honest. He has no flash as well, so I actually think they could have just killed him.
Maybe showing a little bit too much respect.
Yeah.
This time is a much less good angle.
Yeah, there's a lot more people there.
Yeah, and now we got the root here on a Life, who's just dying, gets his ult off at least. Meanwhile, we got Berserker knocked up as well. He has to get out of the fight, and it's just 1-by-1. You see DNF trying to run away. That is a very nice wall. It's over the wall! He does get him! Pungyan will go down. Looks like Berserk was able to get out of that one just barely. Canyon's still on chase. He still has his ult. Pyosik trying to use the disengage cone.
The dogs!
And he will get away just because of a cone that was randomly there.
Yep.
Nice. But it is still Infernal Soul for Gen.G.
Yeah, I don't think they needed more damage. I don't think they needed more burst, but they've got it. So DM Freaks already struggling quite heavily in this situation, and it's just not going to get better. We'll see on the replay. We talked about that window they had maybe earlier to punish Canyon. Fortunately, they missed it, and Life just gets deleted. Pyosik's health bar just evaporates. We see Dudu trying, but he's kind of just dashing away. Then this was slick from Chovy. He actually did cancel Ruler's ult there. He did cancel Ruler's ult, which is very funny.
I think that's actually worse than him getting in with his wall and getting the kill. I think Ruler's ult is better.
Yes, but here's the thing, right? So if Ruler ults, then who gets the kills?
Ruler.
Whereas if Chovy walls and cancels Ruler's ult...
It's a win-win situation for Chovy.
Yeah, because the thing is, at this point...
They're still winning the game.
DM Freaks look pretty rough, right?
Yeah.
I don't think DM Freaks are winning this game. So now the competition moves from between Gen.G and DM Freaks between Gen.G members, okay?
Gen.G and the rest of Gen.G. All comes in, dude who's just absolutely dead.
He gets it. He picks up the kill.
Yeah,
you know.
it's getting soloed by Keen. Chovy tried to get in there. I think he got an assist.
Try to get in with a kill steal, yeah. So Chovy, he's only 3 kills, you know.
Well, gonna miss the ult here on a Chovy who was just not even gonna flash it. He's like, no, I can dodge this.
He does just dodge those.
As Talia, yeah, no problem. And
He's pretty low in the kill department, though, you know.
This is getting pretty rough, Ox. DNF are kind of getting bullied here.
But again, we've
not even
moved
like a
on.
giant
We've moved
goal.
on from the competition between these two teams.
Yeah.
Now a competition between the players. And right now, again, kill lead massive lead for Keen. But he did get solo killed earlier, so that takes away some points.
It definitely does.
Chovy is trying to steal kills. I hope to see him cancel Ruler's ult again. If it happens once...
He's gonna ult backwards just to cancel it next time.
If it happens once, you can brush it off as a mistake.
Yeah.
If it happens twice, though, that's intent. You know, that's purposeful.
I think it was pretty obvious that what he meant by that, you know?
Yeah, I think so. You think Chovy is going to make a mistake like that?
Okay. Well, he's gonna...
There's the wall. Oh, he doesn't cancel his ult.
Oh, no, Pungyan. He tries to flash over, he just dies. Stunned on the dash, and now they're without their Azir. And they're just running at them. The double seismic shove, and this time Ruler not able to pick up the kills, finally gets one. And it's Canyon who says, give the POM to me. But actually, it's just Keen who gets the final kill anyway. He hits 8 kills in a row.
This is what happens when Chovy doesn't cancel Ruler's ult, is he actually got a kill. So, you know, maybe Chovy missing a trick there a little bit.
Misuse of the ult, for sure.
Maybe his strategy could have been a little bit better if he wanted to get more kills, because right now he's 3rd, right? Which frankly, kind of slacking.
He does have very high kill participation, though. 15 out of the however many kills it was.
Yeah, well, this game, not particularly close. Started okay. There was a point where they had 3 kills for DM Freaks.
Yeah, the start, like the very start was great.
Yeah.
And the solo kill, the gank bot, 3 for 0.
And then it all went downhill from there.
At least there was a moment.
A brief time when it looked like maybe DM Freaks might possibly have a chance in this game, and then it all fell apart. But, you know, this was Gen.G on blue side. The deck was definitely stacked in their favor. And then they also had blue side. And then on the other, now DM Freaks get side selection. So we'll get to see what they can do with blue side. Their team color is blue as well. So
yeah, it matches.
Maybe that's...
Gen.G's is black and gold.
They didn't want to win on red side, you know? They're not T1, they're not Nongshim. They're not a red color based team.
It's all coming together.
Yeah, you know, he did do a lot of damage.
Yeah, he did. Chovy's definitely #1 for now.
But not as many kills.
I said POG before, I actually meant it, you know. We don't have POG anymore.
I'm not going to lie, if Chovy
would have gotten
if Chovy cancelled Ruler's ult again, and it'd been very purposeful, I would have written down, I would have ticked the box on the POM sheet, and I would have submitted it, you know, for that alone.
That would have been so funny, actually.
Enough.
It looks like Duro still has some stuff to learn and talk about with the coach, as so does DNF. A lot to go over after that one. It's 1-0 Gen.G. We'll be right back.
확인. 나 가고 올라갈게. 나 이제 싸운다. 야 이거 아지르 보자 아지르.
오케이. 맞다. 흡수건 맞았다.
더 되나?
아니요.
나 여기 타워 없어. 타워 가자.
보자.
일단
세주 노클. 미드 맞췄어. 아씨. 지담을 맞았네.
이제 너.
미드 노클. 뭐야?
우리 미드라인으로 끝내자.
it was first versus last, and Gen.G made sure it looked exactly like that, except for the first 3 kills. Let's just forget about that part. Unless you're the DN Automotive Freaks, which you have something to build upon. Degon here, alongside Wolf and Chronicler, to break down this match between Gen.G and the DN Freaks.
They sent him out again. They sent Pungyan out to Gen.G. And I think last time they also put him on his ear, if I remember correctly. It didn't work out. They did it in the LCK Cup. It didn't work out there. I don't know why this is the timing we've decided that we need to send Pungyan out.
I know we joke about mean challenger players. I think Pungyan is a good mid laner. He has been a good mid laner in challengers for a good amount of time now. I don't have any particularly emotional attachment to him, but the man is being just thrown to the wolves.
Like, if he's not playing in their next matchup, I'll be super disappointed. Because, like, what's the point? What did you even learn?
Why are we doing this?
Yeah, what did we even learn from putting into one best of 3 against Gen.G? Like,
obviously, Chovy is going to boom him, particularly when, it's like, oh, just pick away his Azir, which he would also lose against the Azir. But then Chovy gets to counter pick you. It's just, there's no winning. And really, my entire rendition of this first game is, and then that just continues for 20 more minutes.
Well, other than this first highlight, let's take a look at it here.
That's
right? That's the the whole highlight is
everyone has kind of been
We'll break it down, Cronny.
Everyone's been talking about this for the DN Freaks. Even on the KR side, like we had Cloud Templar and Kokos on their personal streams. Like, look, DN Freaks having a struggle right now. But it's the laning phase where they look pretty stable, right? It's the early games where if your laning is good enough to actually make ganks happen, you get the outplay on the top side. This team, when it comes to walking down the lane, killing minions, and interacting with the enemy champions, they get that part right. It's what happens after we leave the lane. It's what happens when we have to start moving around the map and team fighting and making decisions together where things fall apart.
Yeah, I'm happy to see Ruler getting punished there for playing Draw Your Sword Jhin just in melee range, like reloading and trying to hit them. And these punishes are nice, but was there for anyone any pervasive sense of, oh no, they're never going to hold on to this? Yes, because this is the averages of the DN Freaks. And I want you to really look at that goal at 8, because you might go, well, that's not that much. They are the 10th place team.
2 wins, period. Only
2
2
wins flat, which is really to highlight in between the moment, which is when you have a first grub fight, when you have a dragon fight. It's just about the fights. This team... It's solo queue. It's not 5 players. They have at no point during any of those games seemingly the same thought. And the reason why is because they clearly have no confidence right now. And it's a self-sustaining cycle because they don't get confidence because they keep losing, but they keep losing because they have no confidence.
It's tough. It's tough. Well, we showed you the and now it's time to show you the while also demonstrating exactly what Chronicler's talking about here in the team fights where it's just different minds, Wolf.
Yeah, well, I mean, we look at the setup here. You have a flank that's denied here by Pungyan, denied by Chovy, so Pungyan can't actually get in a step in Emperor's Divide, and they kind of just kite back and hope for a re-engage. The ult comes through from the Sejuani as they're still running, and Gen.G's just on top of them. They're completely split. Berserker is just playing for KDA, it feels like, in this game, is not able to layer enough damage, and can't blame him for this part of this fight, or frankly, this fight in general. But a lot of the other fights, it was just him running away. It was the team not finding angles, not actually collapsing on or punishing some of the engages that we had from Gen.G, which were pretty sloppy. They were able to punish Duro that one time, then lose a subsequent fight. Able to get the Otacon, lose a subsequent fight. Not everyone no one really is working together. It feels like it. And I'm trying to say this in a nice way, but it's the roughest synergy I think we've seen in a long time here at the LCK.
It's again, and this is something we always keep going back to. There have been rosters in the past that have really struggled, but this is the first roster to make me feel this bad since the Nongshim disaster of 2022. Because these players should be better, right? If it's a challenger roster that get called up, they're not quite up to the task. It happens. I think we had a DRX lineup, like the Bao and Becca one, that was really struggling. We've had Nongshim, I think, kind of teeter at that as well. But
last season bros.
Yeah, exactly. But particularly with this lineup, they should be better, and they're not. And I think that's where both the agony and also some of the frustration comes from. And it's going to be even worse for the players, and you can see it, right? They need to start finding some angle for these fights because, obviously not against Gen.G, But even against lower tier teams, we're seeing the struggle of the exact same thing.
And I think when your best player by far is an AD carry, that's kind of worst case scenario for a team that needs a strong voice, because as the AD carry, you can't really set things up very well on your own. And most AD carries, unless you're playing like Neela or something like that, you're really following up. You're kind of otherwise a passenger looking to carry when your team starts that fight, but you alone can't get it done. So Berserker's individual performances are fantastic, but it's never going to be enough alone in that position to actually get this team into a good spot. So everybody else needs to start pulling that weight.
Yeah, you kind of wonder week after week, we're saying, who is that voice? Who is that leader? You look across the board of age-wise, maybe who's the young. I mean, Bulldog is 19. Subbing in Punyan doesn't solve that for them, and they got to figure it out here against Gen.G as Gen.G as the big dogs are trying to close this one out against the underdogs. Let's send it on over to two big dogs right now, Mr. Brendan Valdez and Mr. Daniel Ox Harrison.
Big dogs, thank you very much on the space as we are getting ready here for the rest of this series, the second half of it, I should say. Unless DNF are going to drastically change the way that this series is going. Maybe from the blue side, you said, Ox. Maybe.
That is their team colors. So, you know, it could give them the boost they need. Being real, a game would mean a lot. Just a game would, I think, be a big confidence boost. So we'll see what they can do. We'll see what they bring on the draft. I think ultimately, was their draft in game one bad? There were some things I didn't agree with. There were some areas I thought it was maybe weaker, but fundamentally, I don't think it was like, oh, your draft is awful, you're going to lose.
No.
But I think you have to go a bit more outside the box. I think if you play a standard draft against Gen.G, you're going to lose. If you play a more wacky draft, you're probably still going to lose, but maybe you catch them off guard, you know, is perhaps the theory. Perhaps you could play something more centered around Berserker. I think he's proven once again that he is, even when the team seems to be falling apart, he can perform. So maybe a draft that really leans into him being the big carry.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all.
You know, maybe like a Ornn top, Ivan jungle, Karma mid, Jinx AD carry, Lulu support, you know? All the eggs in the Berserker. No, that wouldn't work.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I'm in jest.
But
just really something to set, because that game, one of the problems we saw him have is you can't damage Gwen. The Fury Dogs block his damage. He's not really able to get onto Jin. I just think like he wasn't able to really take over fights that much. Not because of him, but it's because of the state of the game and the state of what he was playing into.
A lot of these fans are just like, don't give up. We haven't given up on you. You know, we're behind you. We support you. I will keep coming to Lal Park until you win. The beginning of the season is now for you. Stuff like that. I think, you know, the fans are desperate for a win, as are the players, as are the coaches, as is the organization. As looks like we got a little audio issue for Punch's headset pack. Doesn't look like it's totally working there, so we'll try to get into the game once that is solved. King got to play a game of Gwen into Ambessa, and even though he got solo killed, didn't seem to bother him as he picked up 8 kills afterwards. Yeah,
he definitely didn't seem to struggle. There was one moment of weakness, and then he was chilling for the rest of the game. So he had to find one. Gwen, pretty OP, I think it's safe to say. And now off the cards, we've seen the Gwen gone, the Ambessa gone, Jason Rumble were banned, so maybe let one of those through. I think that could be the strat for DNF, is you try and make sure you get a strong first blue side pick, maybe by banning less of the OPs.
Midterms coming up in 4 days. Earth Science, no. Physics, no. Keen, Canyon, Jovi, Ruler, Enduro, yes.
Priorities.
Yeah, priorities. I remember, I think it was Raz made a video where he was like, you know, get off work, make sure you're watching the LTA North, etc. But if you're in school, don't skip school, go to school. I share that sentiment for you, fan out there.
Yeah.
Who is not studying for their midterm.
I was notorious for being very diligent in school. And why are you laughing?
Just because it's really
I would
really
I would never have put gaming before my studies.
Yeah.
Same. What's with your tone? Sounds like you don't really believe me there, Brendan.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just, you know, I'm exactly the same as you. I was great at that.
Yeah. Very. That's all my teachers said. They were like, "Wow, what a hard worker." Seems very locked in on
In a RuneScape. He's playing it at school. We don't know what to do.
Yeah, well, so the bans coming through. DN Freaks do ban away the MF. Varus also taken away, but that's not too much of a surprise. You know, Jin's gone. Ashe is kind of the remaining long-range sort of AD carry that gets a lot of poke damage. We'll see what does come through, though. Jace open, Rumble open. It's got to be Jace first pick. It's got to be.
It has to be. Show us your... I mean, Xin Zhao.
I mean, it's good, but like, now Gen.G can take... I mean, we've seen Rumble doesn't necessarily suffer as badly into Jace. It's not a winning matchup, but you can navigate it.
What if they pick both? We have seen that before.
Then it's over.
DK did that, right?
Yeah.
Jace Rumble.
They could just do it. It would be pretty devastating.
I mean, if they're picking Rumble here, I assume they're going to do it.
I mean, it could just be Keen's confident in the matchup, you know? I would have leant towards the Jace, personally.
I think most people would have. Still a chance they pick both.
If they pick both, I just think it's so hard for DN Freaks from there. I mean, maybe you go like the Galio top into the Rumble, and then mid, I guess just pick a mage. Looking at the Pantheon to come through for Canyon. It's not fully committing to anything yet.
Does mean we should see Jace and Zhao on the opposite side.
I mean, I say Pantheon for Canyon. It could also be for Duro. It is a flex.
Or for Chovy.
It could also be for Chovy. There's nothing to stop that from happening. Okay, so traders come through. They're not going to pick the double top laners. It will just be Jace for Dudu, it seems. And then mid lane, you know, Ahri to get nerfed a little bit, but she's still available. And it looks like they will just go through with that. On the other side, you know, Victor's banned, Azir and Talia are unavailable from game 1. Ahri gone, kind of moved on the tier list. I think Ryze, honestly, I could see Chovy just going for. Also go to Silas, that works. Yeah, still in the way the Ariel and the Zinzao, both pretty high value.
Yeah.
And usually supports have a good value. We did see Mel get buffed, but I think it's just a hover. And the thing is as well, you think about some of the supports, a lot of supports have great ults for Silas. And one of the highest prio supports right now, you don't want to play ever in a Silas. That's Alistair.
Yeah.
So I think, honestly, this is a situation where maybe DN Freaks have to ban the Alistair. Because obviously Gen.G could pick it on 4, but even if Gen.G don't pick it on 4, do you really want to pick Alistair into Silas? Probably not. So Rakan's going to come through as the ban from Gen.G, denying that away from life. I would lean towards an Alistair ban if I was DN Freaks. Maybe Alistair Kai'Sa could be a good pair of bans. Yeah, Alistair comes out.
Yeah. Kind of a rough spot from blue side after the second phase in this position against the Silas.
Poppy is open. So Kai'Sa banned by Gen.G, actually. Poppy is open, and that was banned in the last draft. Pretty high value pick in general. Especially if you leave it, if you're the team with counter pick, it can be a lot of strength. Elise also open and available, although Gen.G is already pretty AP heavy. But we'll see.
Yeah, really depends on what the ban is here for what they're going to pick. You know, they could pick a prio support from what's left.
So
or
Ashe, that last remaining long-range AD carry out of Ashe, MF, Jhin, and Varus.
Yeah. You could also pick an AD carry here and save support counter pick.
Could just go, you could go like Zeri in this situation, you could go Xayah in this situation. I feel like a lot of teams would go for Corki here, but we kind of hated the Corki.
Yeah.
Ruler on Xayah, I think, is a surprise to no one. Even with Rakan not available, definitely a pick he feels comfortable with. And now, the thing is as well, Xayah can struggle into some of these longer range AD carries, getting outranged, but they're all gone. So in this situation, I do think going for the Zeri makes a lot of sense for Berserker. Not an easy Zeri game, though. A lot of threats to potentially give you problem with your short range.
So what are we going to see here in the support role? Because they need engage on the side of DN Freaks,
I think
but
it has to be Rel, right?
Yeah, if they go Zeri, they don't necessarily have something like a, you know, a Lulu. I know there were some nerfs that came along, but yeah, they really need something like a Rel, a Leona.
Yeah, I think it's either Rel, Leona, or Poppy are the ones that kind of stand out to me, but I feel like Rel is probably the best option out of those.
Poppy feels good too.
I think it's just harder to provide that engage on Poppy. You're really good at disengaging, but instead they're going for Lulu. So will pair up with the Zeri to give that scaling option. One thing I do like, though, is it's going to be a while before Zeri Lulu is online. But Lulu pairs really well with Xin Zhao specifically. You know, we've seen times before where Lulu mid was the meta and it was Lulu Xin Zhao. So you have someone you can buff in the early game, in the mid game even, and then the late game you're buffing up Berserker to give him strength. So putting the eggs in the Berserker basket, which I don't think is a terrible plan. But Duro's considering just going for the Blitzcrank in return.
He's calling for it. He said it multiple times.
We've seen him on this pick. You know, we've seen him before have a massive pop-up performance.
And there's only one bad hook target, which is Xin Zhao. Everybody else is like...
Yeah.
Like Ari's, I mean, maybe she dashes away, but you have so much follow-up CC with Sylas and Pantheon that if you hook anyone, basically, honestly, even Xin Zhao.
Even
from
Xin
ahead.
Zhao, yeah. Like, you just CC chain him with the Pantheon and the Sylas and kill him. So.
And then you're in the circle, you have enough damage, especially from ahead. This Blitzcrank is going to do insane amounts.
That's the thing, is I think this is a sort of game where it's going to feel very snowbally, because Blitzcrank, quite Feast of Famine, Pantheon as well. It's a pretty short-range composition from Gen.G, but you're playing into the poke from Jace, the mobility of Ahri, the scaling of Lulu Zeri. If for some reason Gen.G fall behind, I can see them coming into problems, but you know, I don't think Gen.G going into this draft being like, oh, what if we fall behind? They're like, we're not going to fall behind. That's their mindset. And I think ultimately DM Freaks are giving themselves some outs, but still going to have some struggles playing into a fair few of these picks.
Yes, they definitely will.
I think the important thing is, though, a lot of early prio on their side. Early lane should be pushing in their favor, so they hopefully can make something happen from then. And we saw that in the last game. The early levels actually went well for them, so good ganks on Pyoshik. Hit the ground running with his composition. Don't give Gen.G a chance to stabilize.
I just feel like this is also not the easiest comp to play. If we go back to Wolf's rule of thumb, which is a rule of thumb for a lot of our lower teams, is to play something simple. They're going to have to get ahead, and they're going to have to make a lot of work done with that Xin Zhao. Let's see how it goes as we hop on the rift for Game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
That guy that had the "We shall never surrender" sign, that's the guy who is very hyped for the team.
Understandable. I do have something important I want to talk about, though, Brendan.
What's that?
Have you seen the skin that Dura has?
Yes.
So this is, like, I think it was called, like, Lancer Paragon Blitzcrank. There was, like, 2 versions of it, I think it was. So one thing that's really goofy with it is, like, with this skin, he has no legs.
Yeah.
He floats. And one of the things that was talked about is people expected it would be a skin where he floats, but they wanted to keep Blitzcrank consistent in the sense that, like, he has that walk animation, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
The little bounce. So it just looks very funny that he does this movement despite having, like, it looks like he's taking steps, but then you look at him and he has no legs. So we'll see it when it comes on screen. It's just a very goofy aspect of this skin.
Yeah. I like the skin where you get the knock-up, right? The QE, the E in particular, it looks very goofy as well. Maybe because he's a little bit off balance.
Yeah. We do love some goofy skins.
Yeah. I'll execute here for Pungyan. See how he can do it in Chovy. I think the early levels should be good for Pungyan.
See what I mean, though? He's got, like, the rocket boosters, but he just, like, he looks like he's waddling about.
Yeah. He's doing a good job.
It's very funny. Decent poke coming out from Life. And yeah, I mean, we're seeing story of 3 lanes, all of them pushing right now in favor of DM Freaks. So a lot of teams, if they're playing into 3 pushing lanes, it's like an instant death sentence. Gen.G, though, no strangers to potentially navigating situations that could end other teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a risk. They didn't necessarily have to do this. Oh, the flash comes out already! That hook was right on the mark, and Life knew it. And he will save his own life.
I don't think you have to flash that. Even if it hits, I just...
Well, he saves his health.
But the thing is...
Or at least he's able to continue the pressure.
Gen.G have no Ignite. You win in tower range, and Ruler's level 2. like, you know, the fear is getting CC chain, but like Xayah barely has enough abilities now just to get the root off.
Yeah. What if you start losing the trade though and you get run down a little bit?
I don't think they can run you down.
I don't know.
You win the longer trade, you know, you have a Zeri.
Yeah.
And the next rotation of cooldowns comes up sooner for the Lulu, and you had a big minion wave. I think it was one of those where like, you react in the moment, but I think it was a wasted flash, and now the next flash, that might really be impactful, you know? That might really cost you. You know, Canyon could even, this could be a signal, Canyon, we have a Lulu's flash, come down. You know, if you get hit by a Pantheon stun, you're dying to the grab, so.
Yeah, I mean, you can get flashed on so easily in a 3v2 situation. Like, there's no fear for the Blitzcrank in that case.
I think if life had healed and the movement speed had allowed him to dodge, I know it's harder to react in that way, but if you'd use the movement speed to dodge it, that I would understand completely. Like, it's a less of a big cooldown, but banning the flash, I think, is a big hit already. Yeah, 8 win streak for Xin Zhao. You know, in game 1, when I was saying, surely you just grab Xin Zhao here, and they didn't, that's kind of why I was like, why?
He is very strong.
Yeah.
He is incredibly strong. He goes with any comp. He can play forward. He can even peel.
The thing is,
he can be
like,
tanky without being tanky. He's good from ahead and behind.
A lot of these champions, I feel like, you know, you're more tanky and you can fill that frontline role, or the more damage you have, you often come with a trade-off of like, okay, well, I have more damage, but I'm not squishy. Like the Fury is a great example.
Yeah.
Xin Zhao just doesn't have that trade-off. You know, he is a threat when he gets up close to you. He has a strong early game, but his ult just gives him fake tankiness that no other character gets. And also, we have so many objectives right now. The meta at the moment is just playing around oh, doo-doo.
Oh, boy. Well, he's in a bit of trouble here as the flash comes out from him, and he will actually get away.
Well, what confuses me is he passed towards, like, the only spot Canyon could be. If he'd path down, Canyon might have to flash to stun him, but he, like, pathed towards, like, oh, if someone's ganking here, I want to meet them, I want to introduce them to the lane.
I'll be in a lot of trouble if I walk right towards them.
Yeah, very weird. Some good trades coming out here. Chovy getting a little bit low there.
Yeah, Chovy's not able to Chovy as much in this game. You know who's Chovying is Keen, who is ahead of his lane opponents by a lot.
Yeah, I mean, the gank definitely didn't help, but 20 assist lead isn't explained by a gank, you know?
Yeah, he was ahead before the gank.
Yeah.
We saw he was winning the lane. And so, yeah, I mean, there was a little bit of a wave under the turret, so it's only 14 CS.
Yeah.
Well, here's Pantheon.
Oh, and you know who doesn't have flash?
Yeah, I mean, the only reason they don't run at her in this situation is because they don't know if Xin Zhao is there.
Yep.
And they will respect it, especially with the vision in the river. And guess what? Pyoshik is here. So you can see that Gen.G, they really want it. Oh, the max range on a Berserker! He is just so dead! And that was the guy that did have flash.
Yeah, that one definitely should have flashed it. I think the overconfidence of perhaps having a dash on your champion, thinking he's not going to hit me. Well, he did. Kind of a god hand there from Duro.
It was perfect. It was max range.
I know, perfect place for KT.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry.
That was Duro.
Oh, yeah, that was Duro and Berserker. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Get the teams confused sometimes.
It happens, you know.
Yeah.
I did that yesterday. Well, I said KT when it was Nongshim.
Yeah.
But they're both red-colored teams, you know?
Yeah.
Is that a viable excuse? A viable reason?
I think they're very slightly different shades of red.
Yeah.
Surprised you can't tell them apart.
That's true. Kind of shameful.
Chovy?
I mean, this is good laning coming out, you know, putting Chovy on the back foot. He's down in farm.
He missed that CS.
Oh, no.
Okay, well, who's baiting who here? Looks like Duro wants another max range. You see Chovy dash towards Duro.
I think specifically what Duro wants is a POM. Based on this game so far.
I don't know if he's getting it, even if he does do really well on the Blitzcrank. This just feels like a slam dunk Blitzcrank angle. He's really good at it.
Well, if he has a great Blitzcrank game, then he probably will get it, because you know what's the most important factor in POM?
Is the last game you win.
The last game you win, absolutely. Yeah, Dash is try and dodge and gets hit.
That was sick, he says.
It was sick.
Not a direct translation. Wow, the flash! Oh, Duro! He wants that POM so bad, but life, he's got heal, he's got flash. It was still a sick hook, but...
It was cool, but it actually you know, he unlocked his Hex Flash, as
yeah.
say.
It was good. Yeah.
But life there, it's like, hey, I can just heal. I don't need a flash, which, you know, sometimes you don't if the follow-up's not there. I think Duro is just getting in the headspace. A lot of Blitzcrank is about confidence. It's about letting them know that, yes, I can hit this at any time. Be afraid.
I mean, he only saw him on the control board that was in that little pixel brush that's in their jungle, which wasn't cleared out after the fact for some reason.
Yeah, but you see Berserker pops the ult and goes there for a bit of pressure. But Gen.G will just back away.
Yep, utilizing the walk away with the right click away from the enemy champions. Good counter to the Zeri ult.
Did we see Canyon ult, or am I just...
Yeah, no, he ulted bot lane.
Okay.
And it didn't hit anyone. I mean, Dudu didn't even have to flash.
Okay.
So, yeah, we saw the tail end of it. Not sure what the situation was leading up to it. But it didn't do anything. So...
do anything.
Yeah, it didn't do anything.
Yeah. Okay, level 6 hit by Duro. Not yet there for a while for life, so... Bit of extra kill pressure. Oh, the Hex Flash? No.
I mean, he did use it, just not in the aggressive direction. Chovy.
Okay.
It's an interesting cue.
Now Chovy has Catalyst, so you can just trade like a maniac and heal off it.
Yeah.
And this is a big reason why the Rod of Ages has been so strong. It's not just the fact that you get a bunch of stats later, but...
It's getting nerfed, you know.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know if the nerfs are enough, though. It's like health and AP down.
Yeah, it's the base stats down a bit.
Flat stats, yeah.
Some people have talked about maybe you sit on Catalyst for longer, you know? Like the Catalyst is still strong. I mean, some champions, the nerf might be enough to stop them from taking it, and then some champions will just not care. Like Ryze is still going to build it, you know? But some champions, I might just push them out of the meta. Like Ahri's already gotten a nerf, and then if... I mean, to be fair, people are going Ahri without Roa, so maybe she's a bit more resistant.
Same here for Pungyan. Going that Malignance. Just feels like a lot more damage and makes those earlier fights a bit more impactful. Pungyan gonna get engaged on, but there is a Lulu here. The hook does miss, and Chovy still going in, has the Spirit Rush, and he's gonna take a good trade.
I think the biggest thing for me of the Malignance is just that you have your ult available so much more often. With Roa, like, you don't have the base ability haste and the ult ability haste, so like when you commit an ult, it's like, okay, we have a good chunk of time before I have this again. Whereas Malignance, like, you can ult like a minute before an objective to look for a pick, and then it's back up to the objective.
Wants a flash at a life, and it's a flash at a canyon, and now Duro in a bit of trouble. He gets his ult off, but that's not going to be great. It's now a little 3v3 action, and Pouch just burned down. And now Berserker finally gets here, and Life is in a lot of trouble. Doesn't have his flash, and he's just going to die. So there you go. They go way too deep for that. They got the Duro kill, and then they immediately got punished.
Yeah, just a bit of a weird way this fight ended up playing out. You know, initially didn't look too terrible for the DM Freaks, but they kind of overcommitted in that situation and got punished for it pretty swiftly. I think as well the fact that they didn't have all the members maybe they wanted. So like Life is on the front line here. And he just kind of stays there as the stun comes in. You can see Ruler's already moving down. Then this Charm comes out. But the problem is, you know, you've been a lot of cooldowns. These three members just burst down the Xin Zhao, and then Ahri jumps in, gets taken out. Life has no flash, and now, oh no.
Pungyan, no Spirit Rush, no flash, no life. Down he goes. It's a gank from Duro.
It feels so rough, Pungyan, when you use your ult in a fight, and it backfires, and then you get ganked immediately after, and you die again. So he was having a good laning phase. Not feeling so hot right now, though.
You know what's better than a good laning phase is a 2-0 Silas. It's not that much better. You know, only 26 gold. That's why you guys should work on your CSing. It's very important.
Are you telling Chovy to work on his CSing?
I'm telling the viewers, Chovy doesn't have to work on it.
Okay, well...
Although I'm sure he does, anyway.
Not much you can do there, if I'm going to be honest. The Charm did miss onto the Rumble, but I don't think really would have changed anything. And now Dragon going to be picked up by Gen.G. Chovy's hanging around top looking for Dudu.
Pizik's here. And, I mean, he's not doing a whole lot, but he's keeping Dudu a bit safe.
He's supervising. He's in a role.
Doesn't feel very super, the supervising.
He's just vising?
Yeah. He's just wearing a visor. No supervising. really being done. I don't know about that, but he's got a little bit of backup on the way, and he has Spirit Rush back. But Pungan has to be very careful just running at the Blitzcrank.
They can kill Keen here, I think. I guess Canyon has ult, so maybe they're scared of that. But like, if he just goes in and lands a charm, I think Keen would have just died.
All right, well, Duro unseen for all of this time, it looks like. He's just going to be able to run off after the mistook.
Able to clear out some vision, looking for Banana Brush control. Long way away from the next dragon though, so if he's trying to secure a safe spot for Young to farm. It feels like the pace of this game, very chill.
Just feels like, you know, DNF, they were doing a lot early, as now, okay, and he's going to zone him. And yeah, they're going to get another play here right before it does fall off.
Should get the tower here as well, I would think.
But yeah, it just feels like, you know, especially for DNF, they are one of these teams that if they don't really get it going, they just kind of sit back and don't do much. And to be fair, there's nothing they can do really at this time.
They're waiting for a better opportunity.
Yeah, but it just feels like a lot of our losing, it reminds me of the old like Janair strategy where it's like, okay, we lose the early game and then we just sit back and lose.
I mean, they do have a Lulu and a Zeri, so I guess it's not the worst strategy, but it doesn't feel good.
In this game, I think it's okay.
And
but
the thing is, Gen.G can snowball this game so hard with the picks they have.
Yeah. So they're going to be sitting back. And Gen.G, I mean, they'll look for picks. Duro, he's waddling around everywhere. He's going mid, bot. He's getting some deep wards down. But with the way that DNF are playing very safely, it's not really an angle right now for him. But it's still Gen.G 3,000 gold ahead plus at 14 minutes. With a full turret already taken in the top lane. Feats of Strength, a very fed Silas who has Rod of Ages. And now Dudu just gonna face check the brush here. And now we got Duro on the way as well, as maybe Life can help him out. But now Life puts himself into a rough spot here. No hook available for Duro. And they live, but they're not very healthy.
Yeah, end up burning the ult from Lulu and the heal. And the thing is, the ult didn't even get a knockup from Life, so not a huge amount of value. TP coming in. Gonna see Dudu try and defend this again.
And they're just gonna try to, yeah, the timing not exact. Jace very fast.
He does go fast. Yeah, so we'll be able to defend this tower, I should think. But again, it's not them making something happen. It's not DNF finding success. It's okay, we stop them from doing something. And now, good charm.
I mean, here comes Pyosik.
It feels like he's trying to force the ult out of the Ahri, but Pyongyang's just like, nah, I'm good. Unfazed.
Pyongyang doesn't use it. Pyosik doesn't get up there. And Toby just backs away when he sees him. It's just a neutralizing hover over the lane. He's supervising.
No, he's vising. We've established this.
He is wearing a visor.
He's vising right now. He's now vising towards the Herald, and there was a lot of Gen.G members here.
Yeah, there's a lot to vise in this one. Let's hope that Pyosik's got it. He is frontlining. He is the frontline for the team, so that is his job. And goes in onto Canyon. There's the Lulu ult onto him as well, and he just flashes away. And now the hook comes down on a Pyosik, and he dies immediately. But Keen, also in a bit of trouble, just flashes away out of that one. Ruler gonna have to go to that Featherstorm. Still wanted to fight, it looked like. But the rest of the team was backing away. But low on health once again here is DNF. And they will also abandon ship.
Just unable to find the momentum. The thing is, if you get a kill, you get him resets for the Ahri. You know this composition from the DM Freaks can...
Oh, the hook once again! Duro will not be stopped tonight. I think he just gets POM, right?
Maybe.
I mean, he looked the coolest,
He
right?
did look pretty cool.
He played Nautilus in game 1.
Yeah, I wasn't the greatest Nautilus game.
Yeah, but, you know, he played Blitzcrank afterwards.
Yeah, but Chovy.
That's fair, yeah. That's a good argument. You know, it's hard to argue with that one.
Yeah, he's been pretty
less
Chovy. Octanogle this game than last one.
Well, we got a Zeri ult here for...
I think it's octagonal.
Octagonal. Octagonal.
Octanogle? What?
Octanocturne, yeah.
Octanocturne, yeah. So initially, like, okay, let's go on Canyon. This is good. We can get some pressure down. But he does this really powerful move of just flashing over the wall. So now they turn the pressure over here and they're trying to get Keenan again. This is such a momentum-based... Oh, we don't got to talk.
Yeah, we're just going in on the life here. And the shield is held up. The equalizer was okay. Bit of zoning. And now Toby's going in. He's got a Zeri on everyone. And now he's just running them down. Keen comes in as well on the flank. Canyon ulting in. And they're not going to get away from Chovy here. And so the argument of just Chovy, I think, might be correct for the POM for this one.
You say that, but Keen did this sick engage with the Rift Herald, so maybe he just gets it off the back.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
Maybe.
But one of the things with this DNF Freaks composition is the momentum they gain in a fight. If you get early kills, you can start to clean up. The Ahri gets reset, the Zeri can chase people down. When you don't kill anyone...
룰루 노플이라고?
It's
Lulu has no flash, is what he said. Seemed very surprised.
He said it like second he knew. He was locked in. And here, so the fight starts. Kyoshi pops his ult, but Gen.G kind of don't really take too much damage on the backside. Then look at this Herald. Knocks up Kyoshi. Berserker 2 hits the wall, so you can just burn him down afterwards. That is team fighting excellence.
Yeah.
And then Chovy does Chovy things, you know.
I mean, I was busy watching Chovy just straight up run at them and DNF not know what to do. They were like, oh god, we all need to run away.
You know, Brennan, I think you need to learn to like decouple your eyes so one looks at one bit of the fight and the other looks
That
at
would be very helpful for being a play-by-play caster in
good.
League of Legends. I do agree. You know, sometimes I think Atlas can do that.
Perhaps.
That's why he sees everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Gen.G just kind of ran at them.
Oh.
Saw their buttons. Oh, okay. Gang brush.
They can totally kill him. He's got no flash.
Well, he puts up the shield and he's quite tanky. I mean, it's taking so long and they finally get him. And the ult comes in on a Punyan. Equalizer, pretty good. Punyan is burning down. This is kind of just a 2v5. Finally, Ruler does get here. And now Duro is here as well. And I think he hooked the Otacon. Not sure about that one. The rest of the team that was very deep will be punished for it. And Gen.G probably just going to let Ruler solo the Otacon. He's not going to. They say, why bother?
Yes,
we don't need this.
Voracious only changes things really if you're dying, right? Which I don't think they plan on doing.
Yeah.
Berserker should be out. He's a Zeri.
Although, maybe he's just not. Looks like no dash.
What was his E cooldown?
I would assume he used it somewhere.
Yeah.
And that's why Chovy was going so hard for that.
Well, Chovy's Chovy pretty hard. I also think the play that they went for, DNF Freaks, I actually think it's a good play. If Canyon doesn't survive for like 7 hours.
Yeah, approximately.
Like, okay, if he dies, we'll give him a little longer. He pops his E. Okay, if he dies now, maybe like just that extra 2 seconds makes such a big difference. And then they get equalized and they can't get out. I think Kyoshik maybe should have just flashed out initially and not popped his ult to get out. But I mean, to be honest, it's just so far behind. I don't think it matters. They just needed to kill the Pantheon a bit quicker. Wow.
He used it on the weave.
That's where his E.
No, that's not okay.
Also, he doesn't look for the sidestep here. Like, he goes for the W and he stands still when you W. Like, just keep running. It would have been like a max range E. You could have potentially dodged it. But like, if you start casting the W, you're locked in. I don't know.
You're right. No.
You know,
maybe he just wanted to get it over.
I think Berserk is just a little bit struggling under the weight of DNF's record right now.
Yeah, the pressure.
Not a good feeling to be 0-6.
On his shoulders.
And you know what's worse than being 0-6?
0-7.
Yeah, and it's looking like it might be a 0-7 angle.
Yeah. Coach Kim had, you know, some stuff to say about, you know, going 18-0, which Gen.G would like to do, but as the coaches always talk about, they're like, yeah, you know, we're just taking it day by day. We want to make sure we're going to win every game.
I don't think that's unique to Gen.G or Coach Kim.
Yeah.
I'm certain DN Freaks would have liked to go 18-0. You know? I know there's a team in the league who wouldn't have liked to go 18-0.
But at this point, I'm just hoping that DNF don't go 0-18. Honestly, I don't want to see that. I don't think anyone wants to see that.
No.
Equalizer is actually just zoning them away. A little bit early, though, and they have Redemption. But the hook comes in, and that is Shintel, and we talked about this in the draft. Even with the Lulu ult, he's so low, and Keen just burns him down. Oh, with the polymorph! He's going to save his life. And where was Chovy this entire time? He was flanking.
The long flank.
He's pulling a pull base, still flanking. That's another hook comes in. And life Oh, the charm does go down onto Ruler, but there's just no follow-up.
Get the out-of-catch, just get the out-of-catch, just get it.
Oh, he
no!
dies to the ult! That's so rough. Berserker ults and then immediately dies himself. And yeah, I think they just smack them in the face with their wallets and say, good day to you, sir. Triple kill for Chovy. And I think that might just be the game.
Yeah, I think...
Maybe not right now, but like...
Brendan, the game was done a while before this. This is an example of a fight where I actually think if they weren't 7,000 gold behind, it was winnable. Because they end up actually catching out Keen. You know, they pull Nizins out, he survives long enough with the Lulu ult. They jump on a Keen, and they actually take him out. So now you're down Equalizer, you're down Keen ult. Yes, Pyoshik is low, but if you weren't so far behind, maybe. But then Life dies here to red buff, and then you've already lost one member. Pyoshik dies to the flames from the Pantheon ult. I can't remember seeing that happen before, by the way. Like, dying to the actual flames is pretty, but yeah, it's seems a little bit cooked.
No, Duty, he's just going in. He's like, no, I can win this.
I can take him.
He's beating him though.
Yeah, the long bait.
Outsmarted.
They might be able to recall him. And get 200 gold. No, they can't even do
everything
that.
is missing instead.
Guys, Berserker's level 12, Chovy is level 16. He also has Seeker's Arm Guard and a 10-stack Dark Seal. By the way, Berserker has Runans. I don't think Runans is helping you too much when you're trying to kill a single Silas. I don't think it's going to contribute in that situation.
It's definitely not. Expecting the Spirit Rush. Nice try, Duro.
Oh, Chovy has Medjai's now, and he finishes Zonya's. Okay. Okay. He essentially has 4 items. I want you to look at Chovy's items.
All right.
And then look a little bit to the left.
Oh, no. Well, at least he's denying some healing.
Yes. Yes.
The healing is being denied, so he can't heal quite as much.
This is the damage over time healing reduction Ari build, where you reduce Chovy's healing on his W from 700 to like 530. Oh, you're dead, by the way. Oh no.
I mean, yeah, he's just gonna flash out. And he's just looking at the Baron. He's like, guys, come on.
He's
not even doing it. He's just staring it down.
He's trying to intimidate it, you know?
The pan down is very intimidating, so I understand.
TP comes through.
But they never had to do the Baron in the first place. They have the Otacon, and the withdrawal comes in. Chovy's very behind them. Berserker is already dead, and that's the biggest issue. Chovy also is just unkillable. They don't have the damage to take him out. It's just the Lulu knockup. And yeah, Pyoshik's just running away. I mean, what can you even say at this point? It's 12,000 gold. The lead. Pyoshik is emoting his way.
Just keep running.
To the death chamber. No, he's going to die like a man. He's Xin Zhao.
Respect.
And yeah, I don't think... Oh? Outplayed! Outsmarted! And then Chovy just dashed over the wall.
Yeah, that was a little Do moment. Well, I'm sorry, Duro. You really did try. You really did try to take the POM with some cool Blitzcrank plays.
It was a good try.
Chovy just locked in.
He leaned forward in his chair a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like when he ulted Ruler out of his ult, you know? He's like, nah, I gotta make sure.
We should measure the angle of lean that Chovy has at different times. Like, how lean forward is he? Like, he's obviously not going to be 90 degrees, like, vertical if he's locked. Maybe it's like 88. That's how much lean he is now.
What? That's what he said. And then... I found him.
Wow, level 17 Silas with 4 items does a lot of damage to a level 10 Lulu.
He has 22 stacks on his Majais.
Yeah. Will he get 25? Probably will get 25 before the game ends.
Yeah.
They're 14,000 gold ahead. It's not even 30 minutes.
Yeah. Well, okay, well, they got the Mikhail's cooldown. And Duro missed his hook. And Angle. Oh, well, Pyoshik's already dead. Chovy is just AoEing the enemy team as he is Zonya'sing mid-dash, mid-chain. Oh! There's the hook over the wall. Dude who had no chance. And Chovy actually takes negative damage from him. The game is over, guys. Chovy has 13 kills and 25 stacks in his Majais. It's just over. He's level 18. He's dashing around the pit, dashing around the base. And Well, at least Gen.G didn't take their time with this one.
Yeah.
Said, well, we'll put you out of your misery faster. And Kenny gets the kill and doesn't die.
Doesn't even die, yeah.
Very nicely timed. And yeah, it was first versus last. And surprisingly, first came out on top with the 2-0 victory. And Chovy will get the POM.
Yeah. I don't want you to be mistaken. This isn't specific to Gen.G against DNF. This isn't specific to first against last. This is just kind of how Gen.G look. I think there's a bit of wiggle room between last and maybe like third, where Gen.G still look this good against a lot of the teams they face. So, yeah, team was locked in. Chovy decided, I have the POM lead, but I want to extend it. I think he is very likely to get it off this one. You know, good attempt from Duro.
Yeah.
Good attempt from Duro, I think, for the Blitzcrank to try and take it. Good attempts from Keen with the Gwen in game 1.
Ruler gave up after he got ulted by Chovy's wall.
Cancel his ult. That was a threat.
Like, oh, okay, whatever.
That was a threat. That was very clearly a threat. Okay.
Put Ruler in his place.
Canyon actually had a pretty good series, but
I think they all did.
Yeah, I would say it's safe to say Gen.G played pretty well today.
Yeah. Oh.
You know what he's saying? You better vote for me.
It's Uncle Chovy.
Uncle Chovy. I want your votes.
Yeah.
Because remember, you as fans...
We need you.
You as fans can vote for POM.
Yeah. Just head over to Soup or TGG.
There you go.
CHZZK.
You can get your vote in. You can vote for Chovy or someone else who isn't Chovy.
Or you could come down to the studio and drink some cola. Look, that fan was very much enjoying it there.
Yeah.
Duro, I mean, you don't really have to give this guy an excuse to play Blitzcrank, but boy, did they give him an excuse to play Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
With this comp.
Did a lot of Blitzcranking. I think this one was a pretty great one. You know, the fact he called before Lulu has no flash, like, looks like a fake out, but he always had his target in his mind.
Yeah.
And sadly, a little bit over. I think, honestly, Duro made a lot of those early plays, and obviously, the plays Chovy made, a fair few of them were later in the game when they were already winning. But the game 1 for Chovy was kind of crazy, so I think he's just vibing. Also, a lot of these chains he was hitting were like insane.
He didn't really miss many in this game. Yeah.
Did he die today? I don't think he did.
I don't believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did not. It's not too surprising, honestly.
Yeah, I think everyone else in the team did.
After seeing
Canyon
games, I'm like, yeah.
Canyon didn't die game 1, but game 2 he had that death, the one that took ages.
Yeah.
I think he might have been unkilled if it wasn't for that, if I remember correctly. But yeah, Chovy just kind of dunking on them.
It's like, what, I got hit by that? Try to go for a pick. Try to go for a hook. You can push.
대리를 보고 싶기는 해요. 야, 펜타 각인데? 펜타야?
Is this a penta?
진짜로?
Penta angle?
일로와. 아, 너 먹어라 그냥.
He's like, oh, you just take it. I've given up on this. Even Ruler's like, nah, I don't need this penta. He's like, no, the pain has already been felt.
유라, 너 좋다. 너 신뢰도 있네. 형이 날 못 믿어서 못 먹은 거네. 그지? 없다. 아야, 질막하지 마봐.
This was fun. The little, you know, you need to back up with your team because they have to kill the Nexus so you don't die.
Yeah.
There's definitely some teams where they would just stop hitting the Nexus as soon as you go in.
We've definitely seen that before.
I would do
by the
it,
way.
I'm gonna be honest. It's like the, you know who would do it? D+.
D+, would, I think it was them.
They totally, the Penta steals as well, you know? We've
also
such
seen
a team to do it.
I think T1 in the past has been like, all right, everybody into the fountain at the same time, and then like Faker called like 1, 2, 3, and then he just didn't go in, and like everybody else did.
Yeah,
and it was a funny moment. Let's take a look at the Chovy of the match. Yeah, he did not die. 17, 0, and 17. So.
And also, look at the skins as well. Matching theme.
Wow.
Yeah, both of them similar color, both
It's weird he went for the, you know, the snowy, cold feeling at matching with Ox's jacket as
that's what he in my vote.
See, maybe that's why he did it, because he saw your jacket. But it's getting really hot in Seoul nowadays, so
maybe he's saying he
really
misses the winter, misses the cold.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just saying he's ice cold.
Winter has its place, but I'm happy that spring is here for the 3 weeks that it's here,
And then it's super warm.
and then it's humid
and we melt.
and really rough.
Yeah.
Chronicler especially will be very unhappy with that.
Also, he's unhappy with a lot of things. Predictions.
Well, I think he got this one right. Pretty sure, you know.
Yeah, I'm not sure there are any DNF voters in this one. Seems unlikely.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What on the next match? Probably not. Guys, we do have the interview ready. Let's take a look at the POM interview now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy of Gen.G. Wow, we have been seeing you on the interview zone so many times, and Gen.G is on a 7-0 undefeated run. How do you feel? Yeah, we are on a 7-0 score, undefeated. And I think, regardless of the score, I just feel really great about winning in such really good, like showing good performance all this time. And you've already reached 500 points. This means that you are ahead of the second place Zeus by 200 points. Since you're hoarding all the POMs, do your teammates feel like it was a missed opportunity at all?
그냥 편하게 쉬고 있을 것 같아서 아쉬울 것 같지
You know, I think my teammates are really just laid back. They're just taking it easy because I am hoarding the POMs. And we want to take a look at the votes. So out of 13 votes, you got 12. And it looks like Vietnam cast gave it over to the support. So what do you think? I think Blitzcrank did a really good job today, so I think he deserves that vote. And you know your winning ceremony where you are pointing at something. Let's take a look at that replay of you doing that. We're looking at this again? Are you embarrassed? You know, now that you're showing this again, I might not do it again next time. You know, this is actually the same pose that they use in the POM photo. So what is the meaning of this finger? I feel like all the poses that I have ready are all just so plain and so boring. And I've been considering, you know, what should I do next time? And this time around, I came up with this finger thing. It's just like, I'm coming for you. It's like giving my enemies a little bit of a warning. So can we expect and look forward to some nice ceremonies next time? You know, if we do well, if I play well next time, of course you can. And we have to talk about the Game 1 Talia play, where you popped up everywhere to dominate the game, and you hit over 1,000 DPM. So how is this even possible with Talia? No, basically I do have a lot of confidence with Talia. And just looking at the map and just moving around the whole map, I feel like because she has such good movement, it just applies a lot of pressure and I can actually impact the game a lot more with her. And in Game 2, you reached 25 stacks with Magi. So where did your confidence for picking Magi's come from? Just because of the rune that I had, I think it really led to me picking Magi's. And, you know, just from how the game was playing out, I knew that I wouldn't be dying, so that I didn't really have to worry about losing my stacks. And Gen.G is marching forward undefeated without a single weakness. So what do you think is the biggest strength Gen.G currently has? You know, Gen.G's biggest strength might be the mid laner who is getting all the POMs. And for your 8th consecutive win, your next opponent will be DRX. And it's your matchup against UCal for the first time in 4 years since 2021 in the LCK. So what mindset will you head in with? No, I'll be seeing UCal and playing against him after a very long time. So I'm really looking forward to having a good match. And I hope that I can go in well prepared so that I can show a good result. And that's the end of the interview with Chovy, and back to the space. Thank you.
I want to thank you, dear Ayaya, as we do the new Chovy. This is the new Chovy, I guess. You know? Yeah, there we go. Thank you, dear, for the translation there, as it was Gen.G taking care of business. 1 versus 10, 10 versus 1.
Based.
Based.
We're calling it.
Little based. We
Cool.
we really thought about it, both Chronicle and I, but we were like, oh man, Chovy. When he killed the Lulu blind over the wall, I was like, I mean, come on. What are we doing? Like, I guess, why are they even asking us to vote? We could just put it in. Like, they could just put it in for us.
Yeah, I don't want to overuse the line, but this series could have been an email. Yeah, unfortunately, this one was, I think, arguably one of the most one-sided ones that we've had. Gen.G is just too good right now. We've seen them do kind of this to Hanwha Life. I just want to remind everyone that happened in week 1. As Duro, you gotta chill. You know, there's one player on Gen.G that gets POMs, and it's Chovy. Okay, so you can be good, but you gotta slow down a little bit. And he got 1 vote.
Yep, Vietnamese cast doesn't agree with you.
Yeah, see, that's the danger. Once VN cast votes, who knows?
Yeah,
could be some
X6 defense.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Soup. It starts feeling like, well, I don't know.
Yeah. Again, you can go vote if you sign up now over at Chijijik and Soup. Good old friends of Twitch and YouTube, as we get to Wolf.
Chovy just doesn't miss. He doesn't miss. It's not a miss to vote for him. He didn't miss the Lulu. He didn't miss many things in that game at all. And we don't really have to miss him. There's not a lot of time where he's not playing and dominating. So I don't know. I wasn't as funny as Chronicler with this one.
Nah, see, look, all you have to do, friends at home, just stare at Wolf, and then he. All right, let's take a look at Oxus. What did Mr.
What did you do? What was that sound that Zeon just made?
That was stress. That was the stress level rising.
What does that mean? What Ox said there?
This is one of those references that is really good, and then we're not gonna get it. Oh, it's because now I get it. It's because of the. It's the reference to the meme that with the power level basically.
Yes.
And Chovy is just a full. Well, I guess it's not a hexagon. One of the it's an octagon.
Well, it's like
either of them.
It's not a pentagram, but yeah, the thing where your stats are there.
Yeah.
Like your intelligence, your rotation,
so the joke,
whatever.
I get it. So the joke is, or I get it. Jason told us that the original thing is a hexagon where you see the power levels, and then he is octagon because it's even better.
I'm pretty sure he's a dodecahedron.
There's a. Oh my God, that's 10 for those of you at home that don't know that. He's got an even newer category. Jason was like lame. That was mean. All right, let's see what else we got. Solo queue, emergency, Talia, Silas. I'm joining to Helios. Just calling out the champ pool. He can play anything, and he does.
Yeah,
it's
fine.
I guess he called this match a solo queue emergency. That was not.
Didn't I tell you you're not supposed to let Chovy play mid lane champion?
I like that. That's good.
Is he talking to DN Freaks in terms of what they banned, or is he talking to the Gen.G coach staff? Is he talking to Coach Kim like, we're trying to have a league here? You know, we're trying to actually have gameplay. We're trying to have games that are fun to watch.
Where's my Scion? Where's my Aatrox? You know, like
where's my Cassante?
Exactly. It's cool that he's winning, but it's getting a little boring. You know.
Where's Kha'Zix mid? Come on.
What do you all want to see him play? Maybe we can get a poll here and then send that to Gen.G. Let us know in the chat below as we take a look at the draft. The mid laners that he did play.
Very, very quickly, the only thing I wanted to highlight here is that we both liked the DN Freaks draft. This is a good draft. The Blitzcrank obviously hurts a little bit, but it's very cohesive. You have great skirmishing. You have good team. It just didn't matter.
Lulu pairs incredibly well with Xin Zhao, also with Ahri, and to a lesser extent, even the Jace, but also protects the Zeri, allows her to be a hyper carry in teamfights. So the Lulu, I feel like, despite being nerfed with her wild growth, is just so insanely powerful here. And if you don't get hooked, or don't have to flash hooks, you can keep that tempo up in the lane, so you have that strong lane there. Ahri, Xin Zhao, pretty easy to play out if you're aggressive enough, if you have the confidence. So I thought of the two drafts, this one for DN Freaks was the better one, and it definitely was a winnable game for them had they played up to Gen.G's level.
Out of draft, yeah. Not in real life.
Well, I mean, also Duro kind of threw a wrench in those plans pretty early on with the Blitzcrank. I think, you get the flash there, and all of a sudden you're playing very, very much on the back foot. Let's take a look at Gen.G's remaining matches in the season here, as they're almost done with round number 1. They've got 2 left.
It's just the question of, will Gen.G actually end up getting the perfect round robin? Their last 2 games are DRX and KT Rollsters, so I'm going to hazard to guess, I think it's a 9-0 think probably a winning or a lossless first round. I mean, obviously outside of game losses.
Unless.
No, I'm not. No,
KT Rollster's done it before.
No.
Which was the team that ended the undefeated streak last time again? Which team was it?
Was it D+?
No, it was KT.
Remember this like old
That's why he was asking.
It was either that or D+.
It was
I'm like, I know this one. It's TSM.
It was Senna Nautilus. You guys remembered it?
Yeah, no, it did happen. I think I don't know if Gen.G is going to trade Baron for Nexus against KT though. With a huge lead, I don't think they'll do that. That seems to be how KT wins game ones recently though.
Some of the champs that people said: Nocturne mid, Lulu mid, Talia. I'm not Talia. Kiana. Sorry, I get.
Ooh, Kiana would be good.
That would be a good one.
That.
We'll send these on over.
Before.
Coach Kim can make us happy here as they will only be playing the Eastern standing teams left with KT and DRX. They do move on up to 7-0, 11 games above. In the positive, the DN Freaks, 2 more opportunities for them to try and find their first series win of the season, as that one's done and dusted. But this one coming up next, this one's not.
Do you believe?
Unreal Life Esports versus the Bros. I believe in a 1-1 this week. And we'll see if they get it today or later on in the week when they play T1. See you in a little bit.
DNFX 오늘은 첫승 신고하고 싶었을 텐데 다음 주로 미룰 수밖에 없게 됐습니다.
그러니까 이게 일단 이기면 분위기 반전이 어떻게 될지 모른다는 겁니다.
그렇습니다.
눈을 뜰 수가 없어요. 이게 돌격입니까? 폭풍이 부는 겁니까? 디아블 강점이 연타로 나오고 있습니다. 어떻게든 내가 살기 위해서 상대를 그 아래 심연으로 꺾어내려야 됩니다.
Makes me stronger.
순간이동, 순간 쳤어요. 사일러스 일단 넘어오긴 넘어오는데
슬로우 묻었어요. 그리고 나필이 돌진.
피너 쪽. 야,
이런 거 연속 차단 좋아요.
네. 잠시만요. 길게가 뭐라?
네, 소영돌이.
Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
不过在下路的 Hero 可能要遭殃了。鬼灵之握直接拍 ，Hero 有操作的机会吗？身上是有急行的，先利用铁令扛住第一波的爆发，猎斩打在 Levi 身上，但这里吃到一个兵线被扒到手腕，没有拉到
，Q 没中啊，
那反而是闪现往后拉。
对
，Hero 的急行还没有开，往下抓，抓到的是 Artemis， 再利用了血路两段回刮到塔下，还有铁令的后盾 ，Artemis 在扛塔，扛到死变僵尸了。Artemis 倒了 ，Hero 火了，而且往前 Elio 也被换掉，安琪加猎斩，又是一波的血路配汪洋四域 ，PSW 灵魂3。
哇 ，Taki 这个跑线太聪明了，他的玩法太聪明。
Monday night we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love.
Put the charm on to rise, but now Jojo.
I mean, it's a stolen ulti from Naknako. Jojo Bjorn under the tower. Naknako's tanking up. He's got Rotovage. Goes back in. It's gone to G.G. Naknako flashes Tainland. This guy's out Jojo! Behind. Jojo with the outplay, but Naknako. That guy is crazy.
他在为自己的队友争取时间，土龙魂要掉了，土龙魂掉了的一瞬间要开团了，山东过来直接锁的是脸上的永恩，打五个，
俊伟，那后面的团战直接飞进来，感觉很有机会啊，感觉要直接打走战场了，再提个92踢脚，血手被触发 ，GG 该怎么办？哇，这波团战直接一瞬间就融化了，
不是哥们儿，这么能有镜头啊！
Monday night we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love.
쉽지 않겠지만 DM더스 쉽지 않겠지만 상대 주요 딜러 전면 없을 때 그 토스각이든 표식이 물든 하긴 해야 돼.
네. 아니면 상대가 또 보이면 안 됩니다. 물게 먹었어요. 녹여. 일단 먹었어요. 어떻게 먹었는데요? 하면서 어차피 두 분 있는 거고 어쩔 수 없습니다. 또 들어갈 수 있나요? 데미지가. 여기. 먼저 빨리 가고. 버드라켓 버드는 buff 帮忙守线，闪现撞没撞到，但是要推塔了，点塔的速度非常快呀！一个魅惑 ，Rookie 还在尽力，有干锅解了魅惑，点基地就拿下了，节闪现过去敲，还想守，牛头来了，能不能守住？副甲站起来，1000块，加里奥也倒了，所有人都倒了，守住了，顺着安德击杀 BC 也倒了，恭喜IG。
Go to the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
화이팅! K-Brion 화이팅! 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're getting ready for the second match of the night. It is Halma Life Esports up against OK Savings Bank. Brion, and this one, much like the first match, is one of our very top teams up against one of our other teams that is on the bottom side, struggling, but maybe a higher chance of there being an upset with it being Bro and with it not being Gen.G this time around. What do you think, Alex?
I wouldn't have said that HLE is struggling, you know? Like, I agree, Bro is one of our top teams, but I wouldn't have said that HLE is struggling that much if you look at the standings. But, you know, whatever you want to call it, that's up to you.
Yeah.
Obviously, Bro, in this David vs. Goliath analogy we've had today, Bro are the Goliath, you know? They're the Giga Chads. And
makes sense.
HLE are the David, I believe.
Who wins, as you pointed out, on the space, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they have done more winning. I think that's pretty fair to say.
Yeah, but Goliath is pretty Giga Chad, so he's got that going for him. Zeka and Zeus at the top of the solo kill leaderboard. Zeus tied with Chovy, unsurprisingly. Destructive top side of the HLE orange tank. How will the solo kill machine duo perform?
I think they need to get solo kills. I'm assuming this hasn't been updated with last series. And Chovy was definitely doing some killing solo. It has been updated, okay.
It has been updated.
Okay, that's great to know. Wow, that team works fast.
Doubting our production.
Okay, you know, I've been told. So even with Chovy's pop-off performance in the last series, he's still tied second. So Zeka and Zeus have the chance to secure. One of them could secure first. Obviously, Zeka has that right now. We'll see. Again, competing with each other, maybe.
Yeah. You know, that's what this is going to be about. Who can get more solo kills in this match specifically and remain on top or take over the top spot. Zeus going up against Morgan tonight. And so, a fun fact, before the first series, Chovy wasn't on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
So
he
got at least
solo killing.
2 solo kills.
Yeah.
In the first series.
Working hard.
Maybe more.
Bro challenging Gen.G HLE T1 in succession.
Well, they have 2 strong matchups here.
Well, a tough streak. Tough streak.
We don't plan on losing. Well,
no one ever does.
I don't think you should. That's a good idea. That's a good start, Edgar.
It is a good statement to make. But, you know, it's true. We've seen upsets happen. We've seen Bro upset Gen.G before, obviously not in the most recent match. But I think the point he's kind of making is that at their best, and maybe their opponents on a weaker level, like T1, for example, aren't playing at the best level right now, it's possible. And that's the mindset you got to go in with. We can win. We will win? Will we win? Maybe.
You got to plan for it. And
I'm going to be real with you, Brendan.
Yeah.
I have one goal.
Please do.
One goal for this series. There's one thing I want to see.
Only one?
One specific major goal.
Okay.
I want to see Morgan play buffed Renekton. I want to see him get to level 16. And I want to see him ult and do a ton of damage. That's what I'm hoping for. Do I think it's likely?
He might do that.
He would pick Renekton.
Yeah.
But you're playing in Zeus, who would do something devious, like pick Nidalee top lane.
Yeah.
And just make you not have a fun time.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus will probably pick the OP stuff, but, you know, if we get into game 2 and Zeus is potentially given R5 top counter pick, you're going to be in for a rough time
play
blinding
against
Renekton.
Zeus on the OP stuff that you know, or him pull out one of his devious little AD Nidalee or similar picks? Not in terms of game success rate, what would you rather play against?
I think I'd probably rather play against the weird stuff.
Really?
Personally. Because the OP stuff can be tilting just in the fact that it's OP. And you're like, well, there's nothing I can do. I played this matchup a million times, you know. And he's so good, I have no chance, right? Whereas with something new, it's like, oh, well, it's kind of unexplored territory.
Yeah, we've seen Sion into AD Nidalee was a new matchup we hadn't seen before, and didn't go too hard.
Yeah,
for
well, that one is that's unwinnable. That's why
you know what? I'm not sure
Sion into Zeus.
There's many melee champions who can really win against AD Nidalee top. It's pretty obnoxious because she just does this thing where if you try and get close to her, just hops away. Just hops away.
She does. She does do that. She does a lot of poke damage. She has incredible sustain. And
doesn't even have to hit the spears.
She'll make your life hell.
Yeah.
We might see it tonight, or maybe Zeus just plays like Gwen and Bessa.
Yeah.
You know, we could see that. We saw that. Oh, look at this. Okay, now we're gonna find out what he's gonna play. Let's see. Oh, looks like Gwen. And one more time.
Probably banned
Gwen
again. Oh, go the other way.
One more time. Oh, looks like kind of a weighted circle. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think
on the Gnar.
This isn't too balanced, I don't think.
Yeah.
Circle, you know, maybe a little bit rigged.
It looks like it was purposely rigged to make him play Gnar, which was his debut champ.
If we then saw a Bro fan and they had a similar reel, and it was just all of Renekton skins. I'm walking. It's just, oh, it's Renektoy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's, you know, that would have been peak.
Name one other Renekton skin.
The light pool party Renekton.
Okay, yeah, you did it.
Okay, your turn now. You name.
No, I don't know.
I've named two. Outback Renekton.
What?
Outback Renekton?
Is that really a skin?
Yeah, it's like the old goofy looking one.
Yeah.
Then there's like the galactic sort of looking one, isn't there?
Maybe. I just hope he picks it, you know? What if we do all this hype for Renekton and then he doesn't play it?
There's also that like red themed one.
Okay.
I can picture the skins.
The red theme.
I can picture them. I just don't know the names of the skins, you know? There's that one with the cool stuff. Wait, there's the frosty one. There's the is it like Black Frost, the permafrost one? There's like the icy Renekton. There is, I swear. I'm not making this up. You have to believe me,
I don't know if I've
Brendan.
seen that. We just get like Renektoy every game.
Yeah, he's got a lot of skins. He's been out a while. You know? I'm trying to think. I don't know all the names of the skins, but I can picture the skins. It's always important.
Black Frost Renekton.
Black Frost Renekton. Yes, that's what I said.
You did also say Permafrost Renekton.
Close enough. Okay, I said Black Frost after I corrected. Is the red one Scorch? Yes, Scorch is Renekton. It exists. I'm not making things up, Brendan.
Okay, I believe you.
So much deep Renekton skin knowledge. It's just names are hard, okay?
Names are pretty hard.
I can remember the vibes of the skins.
The one with the cool stuff? Which one was that one? What was the galactic one? I'm curious about that.
Cool stuff. We'll get into it maybe.
Void Monster Renekton?
No, it's not Void Monster.
Void Monster isn't a real skin name.
Yet.
Cho'Gath is a real Void Monster, though.
Oh, some quick bans coming out. Zinzao being banned away. It did just have the win streak ended it was on.
Sejuani. Into Peanut, I guess?
Yeah, so right now, something that stands out to me that's open is Jace. But they're actually going to look at the Azir first. So I think you just take the Jace if you're Bro in this situation. And then maybe have priority in a jungle since three are already banned, sorry. You could definitely pick up Neferi if you really wanted to. Skarner as the other kind of higher tier jungler that we see prioritized a lot. But to be honest, I think Skarner and Neferi are a little volatile. They opt for the Rumble instead, not going for the Jace. I wonder if they'll go, I was going to say Rumble Skarner because you can hold them on the equalizer. They go Rumble Neferi. I think I'm HLE. I just go right now, Skarner Jace. That feels very chill for them.
You think Zeus knows how to play Jace, though? I don't know if we've seen enough Zeus Jace, though.
Yeah. Is it credible? I think so. You know what? I'm going to give them the Jace pass.
It's just credible. It's not incredible.
Oh, they got the Poppy instead. So potential flex here, but also can go in the jungle. We saw Gideon, for example, have a great game of Poppy jungle. Definite favorite for Peanut.
You know, like, it feels like you should ban Yone into this team of Hama Life Esports, but also Poppy is so incredibly good for the team because both Peanut and Delight are absolute monsters on the pick. So they can be flexed, but you don't really care who's playing it because you just know they're going to have a good time.
And to the surprise of no one.
Hey, there was that one guy.
Important update for you. Galactic Renekton.
Galactic Renekton. Well, we know that Morgan's not playing it in this game.
Yeah, sadly. Unless it's a Rumble support.
Unless.
He's saving it. No. Ari's going to come through. No real big surprise here. Kind of a very tier list draft, if I'm going to be real.
We do that a lot here.
Yeah, first three especially. I think the last two picks are where it gets a little bit more interesting for teams. Varus, the only AD carry banned right now. So we'll see what changes. I think ultimately into the composition HLE has quite long ranged, right? With the Azir and the Jace. Definitely two backline carries that can kind of just position there. With a Poppy. Notoriously hard to engage onto, so
yeah,
I think pretty important for Bro. They're going to need to gap close with how these team fights play out.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't want to see Rakan in this game, okay? Pleta already struggled enough.
Yeah.
Now Palu doesn't need to also struggle.
Palu does like playing Rakan, though.
There's no Talia in this game, but it doesn't matter. They still have Poppy.
But like, maybe
don't do it.
I could see Bro going like Kai'Sa plus like an engage support. I just think it's hard. I think already with how your comp is expecting to want to play into Honor Life Esports, the Poppy is such a neutralizer. They ban the Alistar. Could go the Rel. And the thing is, you may be thinking, Rel into Poppy? Engage supports in a Poppy. It's never fun.
Yeah.
Okay? It's never enjoyable. There's no outcome where you're happy. It's just, you have to accept that's how it is.
Or you could just do what DNF did and draft no engage. That's also an option, but generally not a good one. Ezreal is banned. So from what's left, I mean...
Kai'Sa's a standout.
Kai'Sa, Xayah.
I think Kai'Sa syncs with Brion's composition. My only concern is
Xayah for Viper then.
Jin's pretty cool, and you know, it means you have to follow up. If a charm lands or someone connects onto a target, you can follow up on that. I think the thing with Kai'Sa is if they pick like Jin or Ashe, might have a really bad time in lane. So I think might be the right call. And just to add to the avian aspect of the composition, but also the defensive aspect, they go the Xayah Rakan. So now you're fully locked into a scenario where you need to gap close onto HLE if you want to get onto the backline. I do think with context of that, you know, I like the Jin that came through because you can sort of provide fire from a distance, and they end up going for the Nautilus. I mean, realistically, what else were you going to go?
Leona?
Could have gone Leona maybe, but would have had an unfun time too. I think the only problem with Nautilus is quite squishy.
Yeah.
But, you know, even into Poppy, we've seen... Normally it's into lane Poppy. We've seen Nautilus out of the supports. It's like you throw the dredge line, and even if you get cancelled, you're still landing the Q, right?
You hold them in place, and then you're in range to ult, right?
And I think maybe getting disrupted a bit less on Nautilus compared to, like, you know, a Leona, if your Zenith Blade gets blocked. I guess your ult still works, but it's the same with Nautilus too, so...
There's not a lot of reliable engage on the team, so your Solar Flare is just going to be flying all over the place.
Honestly,
you can't close the distance with your Zenith Blade, so...
I feel like it at least would have gone crazy, if I'm going to be real.
It turns into a very squishy and very hard to play comp.
It does.
I feel like.
But it also, I think, just gives you so much lane pressure. And then you have the Cocoon and the Charm as like the non-committal.
Are Hype and Palu confident to win the lane, though?
I think you have to. I think if you're coming into this and they pick Xayah Rakan and you're not confident to win the lane, you have to go into it with confidence. If you're going in with that mindset of like, oh, we can't even win lane with like these picks, then I don't know what to say.
True. You know, you have to have a plan to win at least, right? You got to be like, we plan to win on this one. We're going to do our best and go from there.
You got to play to win. You can't play to not lose.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if that works out for them. The plan for game number 1. Let's hop onto the Rift.
수환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
A decent amount of Giga Chads here in the audience for Bro tonight. Cheering them on.
Some good support.
Yep. Bro do have a couple of wins.
Yep.
Matches.
But support helps a lot, you know, from the fans, particularly Bro tax, very important.
Yes. Make sure you're paying them. It is tax season.
In Korea, yeah.
Yes. Or if you're paying them late, you know. Maybe you filed, you know, to have them extended. You can do that.
Maybe you just, you know, some people just don't pay taxes. I wouldn't recommend it, but I definitely heard of people who just, they're like, nah.
There are some in Twitch chat that don't pay their bro tax.
That is true.
Yeah.
They think they're going to get away with it. They're like, no one's going to notice. No one's going to notice if I don't pay. A lot of people playing bro tax. No one's going to notice if I don't.
Yeah, true.
They notice.
Well, they're just going to run over a ward here, and immediately at level 1, It does look like Delight and Viper are pretty happy. Well, you know, you trade a couple of summoners for a couple of summoners.
The thing is, it looks like in terms of HP, Viper and Delight are in a worse spot, but they have Rakan who can sustain up, so...
Just hit the Quill.
Yep.
A Quill is like... Isn't a Quill like a writing instrument with a feather? I thought that's what a Quill was. Is that not what a Quill is?
Yes.
Why does Rakan have a Quill then?
Because he has feathers, I guess.
Yeah, but is he like riding with them?
Maybe.
Okay, level 2 hit, and they're gonna go in. Nice block by Delight, but still they're in range to take this losing trade. Delight even gonna flash away. And well, they plan to win the lane.
And they're doing it.
They're doing it with Nautilus.
And now, I mean, they can't even walk up. Polu.
Oh, he's in range. First blood goes to Hype. And the bro tax is already paying off.
Absolutely. And I love to see this. I love to see them not really just being scared of Viper and Delight. You know, the Zyra Khan, yes, had a good level 1, but a lot of burst power from the Jin Nautilus. And I think really level 3 is, I think, where this bot lane for Zyra Khan comes online. It's not the old Zyra Khan where level 1 you just both press W and win. DC Close are missing a charm there as Handback's coming in. But the classic, I'm not going to kill you, but here's some poke gank.
Okay, so we have a very important update. A Quill is any of the main wing or tail feathers of a bird. So there you go. I was wrong. Thank you, G-Sun, or production, for that dictionary.
Oh, you can also porcupines have like quills, right?
Yeah. That was the second definition.
We're just getting corrected all the time right now.
They're just, they're on the case.
Can I get a fact check on these casters, please? Yeah, this root after the flash, beautiful. And then Polu gets the dredge line as well into Delight. So much damage down. And Delight he would have died if he didn't flash.
Yeah.
But then Viper, he does his little walk back. He's like, hey, can we stay? The answer was no. And then a walk back again to try and dodge the W that just secures his fate. That's the reaction you need.
Nice. Ah!
That's how the bro tax payers felt.
Yeah.
It's always nice to see your taxes go to a good place. Now, ward comes down, perfect time as Peanut is just walking by.
He flashed the wall, and he does have Hex Flash. So he has unlocked that. Now,
surely they spotted him on that wall.
I don't know if they did. I feel like he took a route that was kind of hugging the zone wall.
On the way pings.
Well, now they know, even if they didn't, which, okay.
I'm sure that
Peanut used his flash for that.
I'm sure the path he took, he was actually spotted on the ward. So he ends up burning his flash and then loses the camp anyway. And the thing is, that was like a very... Oh.
Imagine if he had his flash.
And he can Hex Flash over here, makes no difference.
Well, yeah. But he could have, like, maybe... before the wave crash, like, gotten in there.
Ambitious. But I think the main thing is that, like, going for a play like that is so risky, and he's kind of relying on not being seen because his bot lane is not in a good spot right now.
So that's risky, but flashing over the wall for 2 little wolves.
No, I'm talking about flashing over the wall is the risky play.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying is risky.
Okay, yeah. So we're on the same page here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
I need a fact check on on Brandon.
Well, oh!
That's a lot of damage.
That always feels really bad.
Yeah. The final bounce when it's like killed all the minions.
Yeah.
Well, bot lane is going good. Oh, they can't cancel the... Oh. I thought Viper was going to channel with him. He's like, nah, I'm here.
Meanwhile, just going to get the flash out. Zeke level 6 first. And that means that Closer's down a flash.
Yeah, especially Azir Poppy in particular, getting shoved and then slammed into the wall. Very unfun. Would not rate it as an experience.
Apollo's here for the gank.
I've noticed also the Aries have started, we've seen more and more going towards Malignance with the changes.
Yeah.
Because the changes, the intention was to make like the rower build a bit weaker and compensate a little bit on the more typical builds we used to see.
Seems like it works.
Saying in the patch notes.
Yeah. Well,
Peanut playing a little bit of a dangerous game, but he has backup from his team coming through.
Yeah, and he is Poppy. No flash, though.
I feel like Bros should be pretty confident here, right? They have the Rumble up here. Zeus just TP'd bot. Level 6 Rumble. Closer's got ult and Zeka doesn't. So they are taking these grubs, and not really much HLE can do. Honestly, if you get these without much contest, maybe you just move down towards the bot side and look to threaten a Peanut off the jungle, but...
Yeah, Poppy not the fastest Drake taker that we have in the game.
We'll take the Scuttle Crab. Not sure if they're going to do the Dragon right now, though.
Yeah, ward spots them both. Peanut is just trying to power farm. He even like stole the blue side jungle of Hambach as well. Or it was the red side, actually. But he's not ahead, really.
Yeah.
He's behind. He hasn't found any ganks. Neither is Hambach, but he's Nefiri. But it just feels like the Poppy, you know, the old days of Peanut ganking bot 4 times. Just diving over and over. We're not seeing it in this game.
Okay, so Hype's coming up here to match the enemy bot lane and also pick up this wave. Kind of interesting because it's a late swap and the grubs have already gone. So I was maybe thinking they'd want to keep their bot lane towards the bot side and play for the dragon, but instead not wanting to give Viper and Delight some free plates and a way to get back into this lane.
See how that works for them. Peanut has some help from Zeka. Meanwhile, we got a little engage here. As Zook does come down, Delight is just going to get rooted, and it's actually Hype who takes the majority of the damage.
Yeah, pretty good trade coming through. Delight able to get the Grand Entrance on both targets, so Apollo just not able to find some immediate recourse. And Viper hit level 6 meant that really don't want to stay in that fight.
Yeah, so Morgan, he selected the Rumble ahead of the Jace. We did see that in, we're going to get another engage here, actually, as the Ghost was popped. The Featherstorm comes down. It's not going to root Hype here, as now ult used by Paulo just to disengage.
Yeah, and just pushing not low enough for the Jingle to do that much. They are burning Zeus down.
Yeah. Hambach spotted, and immediately Zeus is like, oh, okay, well, I got to be a bit careful.
Oh, Charm comes in. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Bro just looking for angles, not really finding success. They do have pressure now and can look for the Dragon. And, you know, you were talking a bit about the farm lead for Zeus. It has just gotten a bit bigger. It was only like 12 CS, now it's like 20. I feel like a little bit of a lead in favor of the Jace is completely fine. You know, you should be having a gold lead in that matchup, but yeah, this has kind of ballooned a little bit just in the past, like, 30 seconds.
But it's also the second series in a row that we've seen Rumble picked before Jace with Jace available. So, seems like more than just one expecting this Rumble to do well, especially with the Nefiri coming down. Hambach gonna set up that kill as Morgan even is able to pick it up. So, bit of greed perhaps from Zeus going very far down the lane, not expecting Hambach to stick around.
Some good moves though, you know, getting that kill in the Rumble really closes the gap in terms of gold. Getting an assist for Hambach as well. We'll see the replay, and yeah, just overextended, trying to push the wave in. Doesn't even get the cannon.
Oh, you missed the cannon.
That's insult to injury.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to do against Nefiri? Flash and then just ult. Can't outplay it.
It's flash and die is what Zeus did.
Honestly, it's going pretty good for Bro.
It's still very close, but it's definitely better than we expected early on here in the first 10 minutes. They got the 3 grubs. They got the Drake. They're up 2 objectives. They got 2 kills. And yes, the gold is even, but, you know, as long as they can stay on even footing, I think that's more than a lot of teams could say up against Hama Life Esports.
Yeah. You see a plate picked up there by Zeki. Grub spawning in 10 seconds, so both teams set up around there. You can see Bro kind of looking for maybe to catch someone walking in between. This trio of like the Nefiri, the Ahri, and the Nautilus is very threatening.
That's a big hit on a closer. And all of a sudden it looks like maybe Hambach sticks around for 1, but he's not even going to get in range to smite. So just going 3 for 3. And no real setup for Bro on this objective.
Yeah, I think the top try already secured this for HLE. You could see Hype having to handle the wave and backing away. It's a pretty free pickup there. Bro kind of just only able to watch.
Yeah. Did have the first item picked up here for Zeka. Has his Leandri, same for closer. gonna land on that one. It is Chemtech Drake next, so actually potential for a pretty good rather.
You haven't had Chemtech Soul today.
Soul, yeah, that's true.
Man.
You know, right after we called them out.
Yeah.
Strange.
They took that personally.
Yeah. What did they mean by that?
Yeah, what did they mean?
Impossible to know.
Wow.
Just have to see if the
Possible
numbers.
for you to know.
We'll have to see if the numbers continue in this,
Did we get
this pattern.
Did we get a check on how many Chemtech Souls we had so far?
No.
No. Okay. What percentage would you guess? Okay, because
percentage?
Yeah.
Out of the 6 Drake?
Because I guess the standard percentage is like
1/6,
which is like
what, 18? Yeah, no, I think it's 16.67 repeating, something like that.
Yes.
Well, the Light in a bit of trouble now, and opening up to see if they can keep him safe. Viper having to play the bodyguard, but the last shot was so close. And even the hook is close to Viper. Hambach got pretty low on the play.
Yeah, good ult from the Light to keep them alive and also trap Hambach under the tower. It's still a big trade up for Bro in terms of summoners, but they don't lose any members right now. Light will still to recall. Yeah, so 16%, a little over 16%, we'll say 17% is average.
I'll say 21%.
21?
Yeah. I mean, it's been a decent amount, but I don't think it's been...
Well, the thing is, the larger the sample size, the more it's going to end up averaging out, right?
Yeah.
But it hasn't been that much of a sample size already. We've had a lot. I feel like it could be higher.
Maybe like a 25?
Maybe.
That is very high.
That would be crazy. That would be suspicious.
But we don't have the numbers, so
how many
we'll never
standard
know.
deviations is that from the mean?
You know, I'd say about 2.
2?
Maybe 3.
That is significant.
Yeah. It is a significant difference.
Is it more than 2 standard deviations or less than 2 standard deviations?
Less.
Oh, maybe not significant. This is important information, Brendan.
Yes. We got to teach all the kids out there.
We have to start paying attention, otherwise something will happen where we get like 3 months in and we realize there hasn't been a single Chemtech Dragon. You know,
yeah, you have to
how did everyone miss that?
Yeah.
How did everyone just... Like every region, there's just no Chemtech Dragons. For anyone who's not aware, we had... It was last year, right?
Yeah.
Not sure which period it was pointed out. But just for the whole year up to that point, we hadn't had a single of the first 2 dragons had been Chemtech. We'd only had Chemtech Souls.
Yeah.
And it'd been every region and no one had noticed, including us.
I think people were just happy that it was something else.
No, but less early Chemtechs means more Chemtech Souls, right?
I know.
Haunting me.
There was just less to comment about because there wasn't a Chemtech Soul earlier. Unlike today where there is for the second Drake.
Oh, Palu looking.
Which means that it actually matters as the, yeah, he didn't block the hook. So Peanut pretty low now. And even getting zoned a bit by the Jin. Let's see if he can land his own ult. He is going to knock away the Rumble, but it gets secured by Hype of all people. The Jin, maybe with a crit, and now we got a root down onto Zeka. And they're just going to get out of here after all of that. Humble Esports not able to get in on it as we do have the hook. Landing on a Viper, forcing his ult. And Bro continuing to stay in this game.
Playing it pretty well. I think the important thing is they're using the long-range tools. They're not getting over-committed into the fights. The range of the Jin, stuff like the Nautilus hook, it's like, you know, Polo isn't hooking in and be like, I'm fully stuck at the fight. He's trying to make the trade shorter. And they're just getting poked down. See us here. So Polo goes in, auto ults, and then starts moving away so the follow-up can't really come through. Peanut's already chunked. And then this play, the ult comes out from Peanut, but Morgan ults at the same time. So his job is done. The charm comes through, which forces Peanut flash, and yes, the Light is able to disengage from it, but again, this is a lot of good work from Bro. They get the dragon, and HLE have to kind of run away with a tail between their legs.
Including a Feather Storm. Just felt like HLE never really got into that fight. There was no real engage from the Light. Peanut was chunked. And so they were just kind of running away with their quills between their legs. I mean, there's 3 birds.
There is.
It's kind of crazy. Hambach starting up this Rift Herald.
Can you do a full bird composition? I mean, you could, but it would be kind of troll.
And it'd be a top.
Twin jungle.
Yeah.
But could you do one that wasn't going to get you run down in solo queue?
I don't know if there's a good bird jungle champ. And now, Closer plans the charm. That has been a lot of what Closer has been doing in this lane. It's just conceding the lane to the Azir, but still keeping up on CS.
I think that's one thing is as much as Bro, you know, things have looked good. They got 2 dragons in the bag. Cloud Soul. It is nerf Cloud Soul, still decent value, but HLE just have leads. If you look across the board, they have farm leads everywhere. So despite the fact that Bro have those 2 kills and those 2 dragons, not feeling super assured in their success in this game.
Again, I'm just happy that they're keeping up, you know.
Yeah.
They're not too far behind. You know, how far is the 1 Infernal and 1 Chemtech Drake really going to take them? Not very far, to be honest, but...
I'd say about halfway to solve.
Yeah, well, that's true. It's very exact.
But sometimes one half is easier than the other, you know? Sometimes you can get the first 2, but the next 2 just a little bit more stubborn.
Especially when you're down on gold.
Yeah.
But I do like how they've been setting up for fights.
Yeah.
That last time was good. They had a good setup on the Drake, and it was actually Helmet Life that kind of looked lost on the fight. So it's good looks, you know? Regardless of the numbers and where we're at, I feel like Bro are really playing a game. Calculated. Oh. And yeah, he's just gone. Morgan, not really a place for him to go, but he will flash. Yeah. Now Delight is here, but Paulo follows up, comes back, and they're not going to kill Morgan.
They had a flash, they'll take that and back away, but ultimately not able to find a successful place. Nice timing there from Morgan. Stun on the wall, and you are pretty dead.
Well, the counter down on the bottom side. Bro getting a lot of free time with this turret.
You know, Zay's playing as if he has his team backing him up, but he isn't quite there yet. I do think Neferi Ari can very easily dive a Jade. Very easily.
He's level 13. I mean, he's got flash, and also, most importantly, he's playing like that, and they don't know if they're actually there.
That's the main thing, is they don't know the timing exactly. Also, he does have Spearish Sojin, so he is pretty bulky as far as Jaces go.
Zeka, this is one of the ways to deny minions in League of Legends. We had a discussion about denying, and there are ways to do it without actually physically attacking the minions. It's part of why freezing is a thing as well.
Yep, those are things that happen in League of Legends.
Yeah, not very often in our region, it feels like. Not a lot of freezes. I feel like especially in this meta, it's like Home Life Esports or any other team, they get ahead and they just push their leads, and the enemy teams aren't really finding angles to freeze or to...
Just gotta play for prio and take stuff. I also think one of the
so many objectives, you know?
Maybe when everything changes in 2509, we see more of that play, because right now...
For a second, I thought you meant the year 2509, and I'm like,
no,
pretty far away.
That would be a while away.
I don't know about that.
I think more so just when we don't have as frequent objectives, because now, once again, we have an objective, Dragon is up.
Yep, gotta fight for it. Now Hambach in a bit of trouble, but he's able to go, well, he goes untargetable for a little bit and then he dies. Bit of damage coming in, a lot of damage actually from Morgan on the right side. The follow-up comes in from Closer. They might be able to get a couple, yes they do. And now it's a 3-on-3, but Zeus pretty tanky. Gonna open up here on the Jace. Viper in a bit of trouble. He's getting hit by everything. And trying to predict the move to the right. The charm goes on Zeus, but unfortunately, everybody's running away from him, and now Viper's running away from Hype, has to flash it.
Have ult.
And he's got his ult. The Feather Storm gets him out, and they got the kill onto both of the other guys on the right side. So Home Life Esports, a crazy fight, but they won it.
I just think Bro misplayed that so much. There's so many things that could have gone right for them that just didn't there. I actually think, like, so firstly, Hambach, you can go untargetable. Peter like flashes and then stands there for half a second. You could have gone untargetable and hopped over the wall, I feel, or flashed over the wall. So many things could have happened. And then here, the fight's looking good, right? Even considering you lost your jungle immediately, you're getting some resets. Hype, I think, 2 mistakes here. First, this final shot, just hit Delight with it. You try and get greedy for Viper. If you hit Delight, he's like he loses half his HP. Yeah. And then he's chasing Viper. If he just chased those two, they maybe could have turned the fight, but he still has flash and ult. Just, it's so greed for the kill on a Viper. If he just focused on cleaning up the fight.
Oh no, not again! Hambach! He doesn't even go untargetable at any point in that one.
Yeah.
Maybe he did it before and he just didn't have it and Peanut knew. But yeah, that's a free dragon now for Hanwha.
I think the point I'm trying to make with that previous play is that Isaiah with like 100 HP is out the fight. Like, is it nice to get the gold from the kill? 100%. But you're still in the fight, you know? This isn't cleanup time. This is still win fight time.
Gotta help your Ahri.
Exactly. And I think that really cost them. Right now, HLE 4,000 gold ahead and should be picking up this Arakan. Some errors from Bro have taken this game from a very winnable state to a point where it's starting to feel quite hard.
Yeah, that might just be the second highlight for our space as Palu's just dying for free in mid. And the Rift Herald's doing nothing. Remember they got that earlier?
Well,
this is what happens. We got our top 2 teams today. You give them a millimeter, they will take the game away from you.
And I think
Bro gave them a lot more than
I was going to say, healthy amount more than a millimeter. How did this happen?
No! No, I didn't want to see that.
I was thinking, okay, did he just walk too close to the wall? Did he not react in time?
He just walked in a straight line and pressed W.
He pressed W too soon. He's like, watch this. I'll bait out his E. And then Peanut's just kind of looking at him like,
yeah,
what are you doing?
Hanwha is a player that, you know, he's a challenger player, challenger league player. He comes up, he looks pretty good. Like, he's mechanically very strong. He's got the hands, right? But for some reason, some of the decisions that are made are just not hitting the mark. Yeah. And that one was a very strange one. Maybe he was trying to time his W perfectly.
I mean, he definitely was thinking he's going to slam me as soon as I walk near the wall.
Yeah.
And then Peanut's just like, oh, hey, the river's looking real nice today.
Yeah.
You know?
Peanut's an old guy, you know? Like, he doesn't have the same reaction time that Hanbok.
Well, it was
Hanbok was too fast
the previous play, Peanut flashed and then waited half a second. I think was trying to bait out the W.
Yeah.
And then this time, I guess, did bait out the W. It's very strange interaction.
It worked.
The mind games going on.
Whatever it was, it worked.
Yeah.
And they gave them more than a millimeter. And now we got a knock up here on a Hanbok who once again is just struggling. This goes over the wall. He doesn't have flash. He's like, all right, team, you gotta follow me or else I just die. And you know what? He might get withdrawn heal, and yes, he will. But Delight had to go very deep for that one. Peanut's still mirroring the Nefiri, but he's in a bit of trouble himself now. Although he's got, okay, nice charm on a Zeka, actually. He's gonna save them. Otherwise, Zeka probably just kills them both. And now, well, just gonna zone them away with some shots.
Complete confidence. More confidence than I would have had.
Yeah.
A little bit close on the hitbox there, but yeah, very chilling. 007 from Delight, smooth as anything. So this is one of the sort of plays where, like, this is when Arakan first came out, where teams are just like, you know what?
What if I just threw down the mid lane?
Let's just ball, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, it worked. They got 2 kills, right? They lost Zeus, but it's just 200 gold. It's not really relevant.
Yeah.
And then you think, okay, well, they're going to pick up some kills here, but they still don't. They don't get Peanut. The light's low, but don't find him. And then the ult here, Viper's just body blocking it. It's just, it must feel, if I was a Bro fan, you know, if I was a diehard Bro fan, maybe I was working on the space today, I would feel very disappointed in what's happened in this game. I'd feel very sad.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like we had a game on our hands, you know? There he is again. He's so sad. He's not even wearing the Bro green today.
Oh, he's so upset. Hey, it's only game 1.
Taking the jacket off.
It's, you know, they're only 6,300 gold behind. Zeus is only 7-1.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, big charm.
Flash on in. You got to make crazy plays to make a crazy comeback.
You know, it did.
Oh, root down? No charm follow-up, though. Unfortunately, used it before. And now Viper in a very awkward spot. He does have his flash, but uses it quite late. He's still going to get out, though. As the sidestep, the Cloud Soul helping him out.
No, I think I spoke too soon because I said I would be really frustrated. Now I'd be really frustrated, you know. That's just icing on the cake, honestly.
Salt in the wound.
Salt in the wound. Icing on the cake for HLE fans. They're vibing.
Yeah.
Is there like an rind on the orange? You don't really eat the rind, so
I think some people do. Probably shouldn't, though.
Isn't that like, don't you grind a bit off in certain recipes?
Yeah, yeah. You like the zest of an orange, right?
Yes, yes. These are some zesty oranges. Yeah, so a good amount of damage to the Zeka, and then Viper here It looks like he's dead. Follows like on the ultimate, so you can kill him. The flash over and root, and then the sidestep on the W.
Cloud Rift.
He's just clean. Had Ghost as well, you know?
Yeah.
He's doing it all.
So fast, actually.
It'd be so funny if he just ran into a minion wave and died. That would have been the peak way to end that clip.
Yeah, I mean, you remember Din Din dying to the Gromp?
I do remember
pretty
that.
peak. That was one of the best moments.
Every time someone
LCK.
dies to like a monster or a minion, sticks in my mind.
I mean, it's just like after a team fight and he got away just barely, and he's like, you know what? I'll just do the Gromp.
You can't die to a jungle. If you die to a jungle comp ever as a jungler, people are gonna post pictures of it, post videos of it forever.
Yeah.
You're never living that down.
It's true. Well, going in as closer, I think they didn't really expect that. And now Delight's like, oh god, I'm dead. So nice pick here for Bro. HLE are still going in. Hambak gonna flash out of Peanuts.
How many times has Peanut forced Hambak's flash? Feels like a lot at this point. I will say Closer did a good job there. He procced the Celestial opposition from Delight and then waited before putting his full combo into him, because I think that was the problem that happened before. He's kind of unloading on the Celestial opposition and it was being opposed celestially.
True.
So this time, didn't let that come through. But I'm not sure this pick really means anything. You're not going to do Baron off it.
Yeah. He's not the gold lead you're worried about.
He's nearly back up, and it's Cloud Rift, and he has 2 Cloud Dragons.
Well, this is maybe a problem. We got the Divide coming in. Zeka is going to dash away. And once again, we're just playing the... Oh god, he just dies to the Jace. Wow. Zeus just gonna stand up to them. They thought they were blocking for the Jin. They were just looking for the kills. Zeus is so strong right now. That one last auto nearly takes him out, and it might anyway. There it is, the red buff. And now the Penta angle available for Zeus. They could just do the Baron, or they could look for the Penta. As he flashes in, Closer and Hambak say, yeah, thanks for the 1,000 gold, buddy.
Yeah, he definitely wanted that Penta.
He definitely did. He's not going to get it. Instead, he'll look very silly.
The Light could have used his ult to help, you know? He's like, nah, bro, you're trolling.
You know, kind of. Here's Zombok. He's got a chance. And now Viper's just zoning them away. And maybe the wallets are heavy enough, or maybe they're not. Okay, they're going to trade with the jungler. That will be enough. But it didn't have to be that crazy.
It's gotten a little goofy.
It still is a Hanwha Life.
It's gotten
Baron.
a little goofy. I do want to remind you of something, though, Brendan.
Yes, please do.
HLE did not first pick Jace.
It's the second time today.
They could have been denied this Jace. So this is what I was talking about, Closer. Waits, the base damage comes out after the Celestial opposition goes down. That was pretty nice. Hambak has to flash again. And then Hype with some mistakes here, so they managed to stop the recall and get some nice follow-up. They don't manage to kill him, though. The Emperor's Divide creating some space. But really, I think my biggest criticism is Hype's positioning when it comes to this fight, because he kind of moves, look at him, towards the wall. And then Poppy does that. So maybe standing away from walls is a tip we're learning here. And then, yeah, Zeus is like, I want to pet him.
Yeah. Well, he's the highest level in the game. And he's Zeus with 10 kills. So I guess he can just do whatever he wants.
Yeah, he can.
I think that's what he's trying to prove. He's like, you know what?
He knows.
I'm the real Giga Chad on the Rift. I'm going to buy an arm guard.
He knows Chovy got POM for that earlier series. He was already one behind. He needs another, you know?
Yeah. How many solo kills has he got in this game?
I don't know exactly.
I feel like it's 0. I don't think there have been any Hanwha Life solo kills in this game. There will be a 1 on the scoreboard, though, for their team after this one, because they're almost 10,000 gold ahead, and Bro are just losing their base to Baron. The Rebel Baron power play is getting a hefty amount of value here. 2,500. At least they're able to clear that wave, but not sure about the next one.
Yeah, and if Zeus starts to land some poke, it is going to hit.
He's also very good at chunking turrets.
He absolutely is. IE comes through for Hype. They are looking.
All right, the hook's going to miss, though. On to Zeus. Delight does go into his ult, flashes in, and, well, it's not the cleanest, but, you know, he's creating space. He's tanking up for the team.
He definitely did do that. I mean, inhibitor going to go down. There's only one inhibitor left. We still have 45 seconds on the Baron. But I think the play is probably just going to be reset, play for Dragon, and then push bot. I think it's a bit risky to overstay.
So you think that Hanwha Life Esports won't take the risk?
I never said that. I said I think that the play is to do this.
Okay.
I think this is certainly a play you could make. It's not a play I would make. But HLE definitely limit testing a little bit towards the end of this game.
I feel like you might as well.
Yeah, and it looks like they are doing the whole reset and play for Dragon and not go bot. Zeka just...
Just gonna TP away.
You know, he had Baron.
He could have just recalled.
The thing is, if someone, like, for example, if the Q from Handback came through and hit him, it could stop. It can stop the Baron, but it can't stop the TP. So I think he just went for the safer option. I don't think he really needs his TP at the moment anyway.
No reason to take risks, right, Zeus?
Yeah. Delight.
Yeah, right? Zeus is level 18 now.
Well, at least he can't get any higher level.
True.
You know, that's a positive for the bros.
Yeah.
Oh, but other people can get higher level. Zeka's pretty close to 18 too. But to be fair, bro aren't that far behind in terms of levels, you know? It's mostly the gold that's the issue at the moment.
They don't really have the items, you know?
Yeah, and you can use gold to buy items.
You can, yeah.
And they do increase your power a good amount.
How do you feel about the Zeus Zhonya's?
I respect it.
I think it's actually the right purchase.
I mean, you...
Oh, nice charm. Zeka in a bit of trouble. He's got his Zhonya's as well. It's a pretty good item. Going invulnerable. Gonna get onto that backline delay. Finally able to do something in the fight. A lot of damage coming out from Morgan, but unfortunately the wallets are just that heavy. Zeus will not go down, and even knocks Hanbok into that little stump right there below. And that'll be the end of the game. 12,000 gold the lead here as they take down the Nexus for game number 1.
Yeah, there were some moments where bro looked like maybe they had a chance to compromise executions, and HLE won't let you get away with that. Very punishing defeat on the back of this one, and yeah, I think maybe letting Zeus play Jace is a mistake.
You think?
I think. I'm leaning towards
Not 100% sure.
Not 100%.
The fact that he had a full build plus Zhonya's
you know what? If it
at 30 minutes.
If it wasn't Fearless, I would say let him have it again just to make sure. You know? But it is Fearless, so no more Jace for Zeus in this one. And yeah, I mean, there were some moments where HLE were clearly playing with their food, but a pretty convincing game 1. They were on blue side to stack the deck a bit in their favor. Will Bro be able to bounce back game 2? That is the question. Will we see Morgan on the buff for Renekton? That's what I want today.
That's really all we can hope for, right?
Yeah.
At this point. I mean, the damage... Zeus did the most. Not a big surprise. A bit surprised that Zeka had as much as he did. But
I feel like Azir just picks up damage over the course of the game.
Yeah.
You just Q someone and auto, and you just do that like 80,000 times, and then suddenly you have 25k damage.
Yeah.
That's just how that champion is.
33-minute game, you know, 25k. Pretty good. Not half bad. And there's Zeus, the man who, at the moment, is probably standing at the top of the POM rankings for this series. But we'll see who ends up getting the votes. Some Life Esports are up 1-0. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
다음 라인 조심하고. 여기 아리 노공. 아리. 피컬 거네 피컬 채웠어. 아리 잡았고 내가 맞아줄게. 야, 팀 떴고. 한번 빠져야 되고. 한번 빠졌어. 내가 탱해줄게. 날개 끝. 깜필이. 덕궁 잡고. 템 재밌네.
순간이동 순간 잡혔어요.
사일러스 일단 넘어오긴 넘어오는데
슬로 묻었어요. 그리고 나필이 돌진.
피넛 쪽.
야, 이런 거 연속 차단 좋아요.
네.
잠시만요.
길게가 보나?
네,
Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
我的下路的 hero 可能要遭殃了。鬼灵之握直接拍 ，hero 有操作的机会吗？身上是有急行的，先利用铁令扛住第一波的爆发，猎斩打在 Levi 身上，但这里吃到一个兵线被扒到手腕，没有拉到
，Q 没中啊，
那反而是闪现往后拉。
对
，hero 的急行还没有开，往下抓到的是 Artemis， 再利用了血路两段回刮到塔下，还有铁令的后盾 ，Artemis 在扛塔，扛到死变僵尸了。Artemis 倒了 ，hero 活了，而且往前 Elio 也被换掉，安琪加猎斩，又是一波的血路配汪洋四域 ，PSW 灵魂3。
哇 ，Taki 这个跑线太聪明了，他的玩法太聪明。
Monday night we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love.
Put the charm on to rise, but now JoJo.
I mean, it's a stolen ulti from Nako. JoJo Bjorn under the tower. Nako's tanking up. He's got Rod of Ages. Goes back in. It's gone to Nako flashes Tainland. This guy's out behind. JoJo with the outplay, but Nako. That guy is crazy.
他在为自己的队友争取时间，土龙魂要掉了，土龙魂掉了的一瞬间要开团了，夏冬过来直接锁的是脸上的永恩，打五个，
俊伟，那后面的团直接飞进来，感觉很有机会啊，感觉要直接打走战场了，再提个角2踢脚，血手被触发 ，BB 嘎怎么办？哇，这波团战直接一瞬间就融化了，
不是哥们儿，这么能有镜头啊！
Monday night we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love.
쉽지 않겠지만 DM박스 쉽지 않겠지만 상대 주요 딜러 전면 없을 때 그 토스각이든 표식이 물든 하긴 해야 돼.
아니면 상대가 또 보이면 안 됩니다. 물게 물었어요. 녹여.
이리 물었어요.
어떻게 먹었는데요?
하면서 어차피 두분 있는 거고 어쩔 수 없습니다.
또 들어갈 수 있나요? 데미스가. 여기. 버드라킬 버티는帮忙守线，闪现撞没撞到，但是要推塔了，点塔的速度非常快呀！一个魅惑 ，Rookie 还在尽力，有干锅解了魅惑，点基地就拿下了，节闪现过去敲，还想守，牛头来了，能不能守住？复活甲站起来，1000块，加里奥也倒了，所有人都倒了，守住了，说服了，守了，顺带还能击杀 BC 也倒了，我们恭喜IG。
Go to the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
everyone. Welcome back to the space. As the Bros got off to a good start, but Hanwha Life Esports reminded everyone that they are the reigning champions over in the LCK. They are up 1-0. Degon here alongside Wolf and Ox.
Wow.
Nice.
That was the first one of the year. I'm sorry. I did almost okay.
Over there.
Did okay.
Nice Hanwha Life colored pants over there.
Ox is
over
clearly
there.
Sorry, Ox.
over there. Ox, how do you feel? A thumbs up or thumbs down? You know, me being called you.
I'm sorry.
Because I wouldn't mind.
You know what? I'm just having a lot of stress from the bro game. That's honestly what it is.
We'll never know.
I'm under a lot of stress.
Thumbs. Okay. Okay. Here, Felda's
Oh, yeah,
we can talk. Yeah, sure.
Well, you can talk.
Oh, hello. We can hear you now.
It's okay.
Hi.
Like, obviously, I think Chronicle's a great guy, but I don't want people to think I'm so invested in predictions, you know?
Yeah.
That's the only thing I'd be worried about.
All reliable. The meme is so good.
I call you Chronicler all the time, so it's just getting
Don't
back.
get me to zoom in.
Slow.
Let me fume.
Slow. Good job, Ox.
How is bro losing and I'm the one getting put on the spot here? What's
well,
happening?
You're a known bro anti, so everyone thought you just want to be on the spotlight.
No, he gets the zoom.
Not me. It's the first game. They looked good. They had opportunity. Did they? They did.
I'm just glad I escaped the Zoom territory.
They had opportunity. You know, that's how you summon it.
I didn't get zoomed on.
You know, it's just a couple times Hambach forgot he has this ability that allows him to go invulnerable. Oh.
Oh, it's gone.
No, I'm still out.
Let's take a look at the.
I got away.
Unlike Hambach, who did not get away, as Peanut just kind of bopped him. Yeah, there were a lot of moments here. The team fights for bro just didn't quite look great, and this is an ongoing theme for teams that are struggling. Jungle and support make or break your team fights. Your jungle and support both need to be locked in, and Palu was off in Narnia. And then Hambach was in Middle-earth, and they did not have a way to communicate, and it was a big problem.
Yeah, I think also when you're playing a Jin composition... Yeah, well, this isn't what you want to do in the Jin composition either, but when you're playing Jin, your team, when they go in, you fall up, you got to ult instantly, so that you're actually in tandem with those frontliners who are going in, trying to engage on somebody. The Jin follows up from a million miles away. I feel like in all these fights that they lost because they weren't decisive, Hype was like, well, I'll see if I can get an exit kill. And he was not getting any of those exit kills. He just was like, well, I'll press R, and they're gone.
That was the moment that they lost control of the game. And then this is the moment that Zeus took it over.
Yeah, I obviously that we can always go and say, well, you know, it's Zeus, he's the best top lane. Yes, I do agree. But Jace, even in the hands of not the best top laner in the world, is really broken right now. He wins every matchup because Grasp Jace is really silly.
Yeah.
And then Rumble hasn't been that good. Like, Rumble's been fine. But why are we giving the God of Thunder Jace? Just stop. Just don't do it.
Also, Rumble loses lane to Jace. It's like it's been solved.
You don't even have to be that good at Jace.
I know. We've seen it. I also think that, you know, Jace is strong. Zeus is a great Jace player, but don't trickle into this fight. They were clearly out. Like, Hype's ult was late, but I don't think it would have necessarily saved anything there. And then they just kind of ran one in one by one and gave it over. Zeus is completely disinterested in the whole situation.
Didn't even break a sweat. You know what he's thinking about? What pick can I play next that will make my opponent's life?
I think he's trying to think about how fast he can win game 2 and go get something nice to eat.
Is it Nidalee? Is it Anivia? Is it something worse, the likes of which we can't even possibly imagine right now?
It's Hanu. He's going to go eat Hanu after this. Come on, he's not thinking about Nidalee. He doesn't even need to think about that.
Okay,
he's more concerned about what he's eating for dinner than what he's going to
You guys sound like DNF right now, talking about one thing here about what champions play, and the other one talking about what food
I'm telling you, that boy only thinks about League of Legends. No thoughts about anything else.
I think he has other thoughts.
I don't know if that's true.
I personally think he has a well-rounded personality. He told me he played soccer all the time. He plays sports. He likes other things, Chronicler.
Is it time for the bros to pull out the new Renekton tech, or do they save it against T1 later?
Don't play Sion. If you're going to blind a top pick, I'd rather see Renekton than Sion.
Yeah, I don't think, Degon, that anyone will be surprised if Morgan picks Renekton.
Well, no, but it got buffed. It got buffed.
Yeah.
It's late game. You know, I like to say he's a walking equalizer. when he
Okay.
drops.
Yeah, but
Maybe,
it's is literally the champion for Morgan, and it's been for like 4 years.
If they've got a mid-game team fighting composition that does well in the mid-game, or has some late-game scaling elements where they need to have something that gives them a mid-game team fight, pick the Renekton. Yeah. Otherwise, don't blind anything against AS, please.
All right, well, we'll see what they do here in game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers, as caught on camera live, taking a little nap in between, as her friend is pointing to the fact that it is test. It's midterms, basically.
Get a little power nap.
She doesn't have a lot of time to sleep when she's going to the LCK.
You got a power nap. You got to take your opportunities, you know?
Absolutely.
We've seen, hey.
I don't even mind that.
In fairness, we can't really criticize because we've seen Faker do his little reset when he's sitting there. Maybe that was just a little reboot.
It's not the first time, you know? We've seen it here at the LCK.
Bro have gone to the blue side. They aren't a blue team, they're a green team. But
we don't have a green side, Ox.
Maybe if we had a
You're
green
not the
side,
Hulk, okay?
maybe Bro would win every game on the green side. I've actually not seen them drop a single match on the green side.
That's true, yeah, we haven't seen that yet. Undefeated.
Okay, starting to see the bans come through. Sejuani gonna be denied again by Bro. They're banning the Callisto this time, which is not something that was actually given a... It was given a look in second rotation in the last time, so... Vi banned, probably... Gwen?
Yeah, I think Gwen is definitely a good look. Especially when you're trying to summon the Morgan Renekton. You gotta make sure Gwen is not there.
Yes.
So that he can play Renekton.
You want them to somehow mind control Zeus into picking Ambessa, because that's a good matchup for Renekton. You just have to will it,
He might do it. Probably not on the red side. Remember what I said at the beginning of the space? Or not the space, what? The series?
I do remember. Maybe
I also need a little power nap, you know?
Maybe you should remind everyone.
I said that once Hamalife move over to the red side, then you give Zeus counter pick.
Yeah.
If he wants it.
You did say that.
So that's very scary.
You do have a... Well, at what stage does he stop being newborn? Is he still newborn? Is it still classed as newborn?
I think he's infant.
Okay,
now.
well, you have an infant, so you know a lot about power napping.
Yes.
It's a
I do it. He does it. My wife does it. We're all just power napping all the time whenever we have time.
Yep, no extended
That's the way it goes.
Okay, 380 carry pans. Vara's taken away as well. So a lot of priority for denying those picks. Renekton first pick would be a bad choice, but I would respect it. Zinzao comes through. Talia was left open that was banned last time. That's the only... So Zinzao and Talia are the picks that were banned last time by HLE, and we see the Zinzao's gone through. Wouldn't surprise me if HLE want to prioritize the Talia themselves. Especially, we've seen Azir and we've seen Ari gone away. There is still like the Victor, which is pretty popular. I feel like both mid and top, there's like the top 4 picks, and then there's like...
Wait! That's the wrong team!
He's just taking it!
You're not allowed to do that!
I'm gonna be honest, if we want to see the level 16 Renekton do 1 million damage...
How low can it go?
We're probably better off with Zeus having it. Oh, Renekton, Yone, they're locked in. I mean,
but
surely... Look. If you're an expert on Renekton, surely Morgan knows all about Renekton counters. He must have something up his sleeve, right?
Surely. I mean, he might, actually.
Well, I mean, Jax is pretty high value against double auto attack and solo lanes. Closer Akali is pretty hype. Maokai from Peanut, everyone's just locking in what they want to play. Let's be real. This is just what champion do you enjoy? The Renekton Nidalee? Go ahead.
You hold them in place, and then you hit them with a spear.
Renekton Jungle Nidalee top? No, it's definitely not that, but that would be very funny. Very bad, but very funny. Yeah, it's going to be Renekton Nidalee. We've seen this a million times before, but not for a while. Morgan probably not going to have a good time, but he does have the counter-strike, which will make it a bit more difficult for them to ruin his fun. Very explosive first 2 picks from both sides.
Yeah. I feel like Bro are not going to back down.
I'm going to say, though...
They're picking closers, Akali, you know?
Triple melee, right?
Yeah.
Renekton, I've talked about it extensively, the buffs, which was ult damage, particularly at level 16. He's going to melt everyone who comes close to him. It's going to happen.
Yeah. It's not the boom boom damage. It's the burn damage.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Yeah. It's not Rumble, but it's Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, HLE definitely wants some CC to sync up with their Nidalee. We've seen Alistair banned away. Rel is still available. Leona has other options. We'll see what they want to go for. MF and Lulu banned away. Ashe kind of remaining as like the last longer range auto attack, although Ashe priority is lower than the others.
Kai'Sa needs a look.
Yeah, I think Kai'Sa value pretty high. I think a Kai'Sa ban makes sense here. They go for the Ashe ban.
Well,
if you want choice and support, you could just pick Rel, especially since Alistair is gone, and then you could pick Kai'Sa on 5. But they might take the Kai'Sa themselves, so maybe just lock the Kai'Sa on 4.
Depends on how high they think the value is.
It also means,
very high.
Like, I don't think you need it because you have a Nidalee, but you do have a little bit of magic damage even with a crit build, so...
Yep, slots in very nicely with their comp. And
now,
they'll forgo the top supports.
On the side of Bro, you can't go with Xayah here because it's already been taken away. Lucian?
Okay. All right, that's a choice you can make. Lucian Braum.
We haven't seen Lucian for a while. This is like the OG lane they used to play. I'm not a huge fan. They did do a fair few buffs to Lucian to try and push him back in the meta, but nothing has really stuck that hard.
Yeah, he hasn't been in the meta for a very long time. He hasn't had a long-standing career in the meta. We haven't seen enough Lucian.
Well, I was specifically with Nami, you know. No one wants to see that anymore. Nico's interesting. Obviously, it's going to be decent into the Braum. He can block the root from going through him, which is nice, but it's just a lot of harass. A weird pairing with the Kai'Sa, because normally you want a typical engage support. So
it's very good into all the low range on the enemy side.
Yeah, the ult value is pretty big and that can set up, but in terms of like lane synergy, not the highest, but into a Lucian Braum, they're gonna have pressure. It's just a little scary because if Braum Q lands, you could just die quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to be really conservative with your W to play defensively. Viper as well needs to be on the lookout, so not the draft I would have expected, you know?
We're just doing wild and crazy things here in game 2. Lucian Braum.
Kai'Sa Nico.
We got Renekton Nidalee back.
Well, we expected Renekton, but not from Zeus.
Says, my full commute time to come here and go back home was 4 hours. I'm tired, but I won't ask you to win. Just do your best.
That's sweet.
It's a very wholesome fan.
Had a lot of wholesome fans.
That's an eagle in a tank.
Degon's gonna love that one.
There's 2 different types of fan signs. I like the eagle tank version personally.
As an American?
Yeah, I just gotta side with the eagle. I don't have a choice. What's that Renekton skin? That looks cool.
Hextech?
Well, we'll see as we hop to the rip for game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Yeah, it is Hextech, right?
I think it is, yeah.
Oh,
why is Yone taller than everyone else on his team? Is it because Renekton has bad posture?
Yeah, because Renekton's all like leant over, and
Yeah.
Yone does that standing up thing with the 2 swords.
So that's why you need good posture.
Yeah, posture check. Anyone at home, you gotta sit up straight. Real straight. You're allowed to lean in a little bit if you're locked in, like Chovy was last series.
Yeah. Posture is important. I tell myself before I sit down at the computer, and I have horrible posture for hours on end.
Rest in peace, your back.
Yeah, it's the way it goes.
You're just trying to cosplay Renekton. His posture is pretty bad.
I'm okay with it.
Whenever he's in lane, he's always
cool.
like leaning over. Like,
yeah.
I mean, Akali also. If you look at Akali, that can't be comfortable to spend the whole game like bent over like that.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult.
Yone definitely posture diffing every champion in the game.
He's got great posture, actually. Look at him.
Great pose.
You see how he walks around with his two swords? It's like he's perfectly balanced.
Yeah.
And then look at Renekton.
Oh my god, it's his back must be so much pain.
He's bent over so far.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. So, Jax, when he's in his Counter-Strike, he's still going to be hit by the Renekton Dominus damage, but it's halved, right? You take less damage from AoE.
It's not half. I think it's like 25% less.
Oh, really? That's it?
Yeah. It's not a major amount less. Uh-oh.
That was he was just farming aura.
Yeah, of course. Obviously playing into double ranged as ranged melee, never fun early. Need some levels before they can really start to pose a threat. Closer definitely feeling at home on the Akali, but a good amount of back and forth. That's the thing, it's like a lot of matchups, you put pressure on Yone and the level 3 can offer pressure back. Akali just doesn't have that much pressure in general. Unless you hit your Shuriken, which Closer did. Oh. Okay.
Zeka does not care.
Yeah, he does also have Grasp, and will have Second Wind because he's got Resolve, and has Doran's Shield. This is the hallmark of the Yone, is that it doesn't even matter if you lose the trade.
I mean, Yone sometimes has a hard time in like range matchups early, and then eventually doesn't care at all because of that same thing, but into melee, he's just like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But if you get ahead on Akali and you land a Shuriken, you can follow the soul back that was unbound, and then maybe you kill him. You have a lot of mobility to follow up.
Remember when Akali had a stun?
Yeah.
Remember when you could shroud in the towers?
Yes, I remember.
Crazy.
Yeah.
What a time.
We've come a long way. We've come back to this discussion about, remember how broken these champs were?
Yeah. I always think it's an interesting discussion.
Except Akali's a lot less meta than some others that are still meta regardless of all the nerfs.
Remember the Lucian meta when they nerfed his range, but they made it so he could dash, like he was just ice skating for a patch? That was a crazy time.
Yeah. It's all about iteration, improving slowly over time. Not able to do it all at once. And if you need to, that's what hotfixers are for. But sometimes they don't get hotfixed.
Yeah.
And Closer's still doing pretty well.
I'd have gone in that, I'm not gonna lie. And then he would have tornadoed me and I would have died.
And the jungler would be there.
Oh, they're always there when I go in.
And the support.
Typical. It's just how it is.
The Renekton roams from top.
Why is the Renekton in the brush? Why didn't my top laner ping?
This is going to be pretty difficult for Peanut to really do much to Closer. He's just going to harass, help push him in.
Yeah, maybe also attack him a bit with red buff. Oh,
get him a good back timing.
He is up in farm.
Or Zeka's just going to go back in after Closer tanks a bunch. Peanut can just come back. Help push the next
He gives him a heal and pushes the weight. Ah, man, I hate junglers so much.
That's not fair, actually.
It's so...
That
Closer's working hard here.
Oh, Paulo. That's the heal. And immediately Hype taking a bunch of damage for that as well. So this bottom lane is going pretty well, all things considered.
Yep, they got pressure.
And Hype is still keeping up in terms of CS, but yeah, your Lucian Braum, you want to be looking for kills potentially. They're not really having an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you are going to be really strong on the skirmishes, but you need like an all-in angle before you get poked down. And you can see from the items, they've already recalled once, gotten items, come back, and they've been poked down again.
It's not an easy time. At least Closer finally pushed in that wave.
He got there in the end.
Yeah.
And Morgan, a little bit behind in terms of farm. Zeus having a pretty fun time with this Renekton. Note that Zeus TP top. Get there as soon as possible, get as much farm. Morgan just walks back and saves the TP.
What do you think he's saving it for?
So he can teleport somewhere.
It's very insightful, Ox. Thank you.
That's why I'm the analyst.
That's why. Okay.
Maybe it's so you can go for a really heavy trade with Zeus and then recall and TP back.
Yeah.
Or maybe they want to go for Dragon. Because they're not going for grubs, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, they might just get it anyway because Peanut's doing the grubs.
Yeah.
So the TP for Dragon Angle is not really a thing.
Maybe somewhat non-essential, and you're now 20 CS down.
You lost a bunch of CS. Maybe saving your TP for you know, coming back here, taking a good trade, and then TPing back. But now you're low again, and you can't really TP now because your wave's coming in, and maybe you're even in danger of getting dove.
He's thinking of an angle where he can TP the back door, you know, end the game.
I'm sure he'd like to end the game.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what he does with his teleport. Right now, Peanut's just stealing away these jungle camps. And unfortunately, Handback is going to find that out as he walks into his jungle. And there are no jungle camps.
Yeah. I mean, Morgan's playing very safely because he knows, okay, gonna get out this time, but the ult comes through from closer as well. Yeah, and now it's Renekton Nidalee. Nice flash. As Peanut wants to continue on it, though, as he has to flash out. Zeus was tanking the turret, and so Peanut was like, okay, I guess I'll try, but he got stunned.
You know what that was?
Oh.
That was Biscuit Stiff. Because I actually think if Morgan had stayed the same HP after his E, Peanut could have just finished him off with a Q. Oh.
Okay, didn't see him in the bush. A little sneaky hide on bush tech.
Gotta be cautious. That passive stacking so quick with his combo. And now you're starting to see Hype and Apollo getting a bit more lane pressure here. And they come back off a base and they have high HP. It's harder to chip them down. So some positive moves for Bro overall.
Yeah, we did see this in game number 1 as well. I think there was even a bigger lead for them.
Because a lot of people pay their Bro tax at the start of the game.
Yeah.
And then they slack later. Like, how many people are going to just middle of the game go, oh, Bro tax? Unless we tell them, of course.
Yeah. Now a bunch of people are going to do it only because we told them.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we need the consistent tax. Otherwise,
well, that's the thing. If
you can't just assume other people are paying.
That's the thing. If you're late on your taxes and you just pay them because the tax agency tells you to, they're often going to give you a fine.
Yeah.
The whole amount isn't going to get through to where you want it to be. In this situation, right, if you pay on your own volition, you know, you're going to end up giving more benefits to Bro.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to get at.
You don't want to be hunted down by the Bro RS.
Yeah.
They're pretty scary.
They are pretty intimidating.
Yeah. And so is Zeus.
A lot of Giga Chads in the Bro RS.
Yeah.
Would you believe?
They're very strong over there. I hear they're part of the 1,000-pound club.
Oh.
And you would know about pounds because you're British.
I do.
Yeah. And so does Degon because he also lifts very heavy weights. He doesn't look very happy, though.
I wonder why.
Yeah. I mean, at least he's still a Giga Chad.
He came in here today, like me. He's like, Renekton buffed. It's Morgan's time to shine. And then he's met with this.
He's met with Zeus playing Renekton.
What a sick joke.
It's the biggest spit in the face of all time. Can't believe Zeus actually did it. He's getting stunned, and Humbach is going to connect eventually as there's that damage coming through. The spear also going to land on the Humbach, the heal as well, but they eventually do take out the Renekton. And there you go. That's what happens when you take away Morgan's Renekton. Zeka ulting in, misses, and going to go on bounds, but in a bit of trouble himself. Looking for the kill, instead he just dies. And Alpina maybe gonna try to clean this up. And okay, gets one. Looking for another, but the counter-strike comes down. And okay, he gets two, but Closer picks up the final kill. And now it's 2-0 on the Akali.
Started terribly for HLE. Not so bad with the cleanup that came through, but yeah, unfortunately Zeus not getting a huge amount of value here. Counter-strike comes in, so he can't do much. And I'm sorry to tell you, Brendan, but the ult damage was only buffed at level 11 and 16.
Oh.
This is the regular damage.
Oh, no.
Just not doing enough.
The regular old damage.
Yeah, and then Peanut trying to get something done. Zeka misses the ult, unbinds, tries to kill Morgan, fails. Tries to kill Handback, fails, dies. And then here, Peanut, look, I'm not going to lie, this could have gone so easily gone wrong. But I would not have respected Peanut as a man if he hadn't gone for this. So he does, and he gets kills.
Yeah.
Even if he'd failed, I think, you know, you have to go for it. And now looking for Handback here.
I mean, Handback's going to get one grub, but I don't know about the rest. Looks like Hanma are looking at 5. Hanma Life. Pick up 5 grubs here.
Good grubbing. And Closer, he got 2 kills now, so he's in a pretty strong position on this Akali.
He's got double buff.
Level 9 as well when your Q is maxed. You're so strong.
Yeah. Well, Zeus behind on CS and behind on gold. The one, or not Zeus, Zeka. I'm not the only one to make that mistake, as I think you guys might have seen in the weekly lols. But Yeah, he's behind. We'll see how he does on the Yone, who got his own set of nerfs last patch, I think.
This patch.
Or was it this patch?
W damage got reduced.
It's just we've been on this patch for a couple of weeks now.
No, we're on a new patch now. We're on 2508.
Was it this patch? I thought he got...
No, this patch. We went on to a new patch this week, and he got and he got his W damage nerfed because before they changed it so the CC carried through when Solemn binds.
Yeah.
And then they buffed it so his crit damage wasn't reduced anymore to compensate.
Ah, I see.
But he still ended up pretty strong, so they nerfed his W damage.
So now it's another nerf. Okay.
Yeah. But the crit damage one was weird because it doesn't really do anything. Because when is the last time you've seen a Yone build crit? Let's be real. Like eventually they get it.
Yeah.
But like so late. Oh, Morgan.
Oh. This is a two-man gank. Morgan is going to flash out. Nicely done. That Nico gonna get a lot of value though.
Morgan has a deep understanding of Renekton.
Okay. Peanut flashes away. He gets out. There's the flash on down, and now Morgan's in a ton of trouble. Will land this counter-strike, but I don't think he's getting out of this one. Hops over to the plant. Made it look a little interesting, but not going to last.
Definitely think he didn't need to do that.
We got a big dive now. Zeka flashes out and comes in. Paul is dead. Zeka says, thank you very much.
That was slick. That was so slick there from Zeka. This is why you don't let him get Yone. This guy's just built different on this champ.
And now we've got a Croc behind enemy lines. He's going to find Lucian. Going to do a bunch of damage eventually. Hype tries to dash away. Peanut comes over. The spear nearly lands. The culling not doing a whole lot. And Zeus gets out alive with the kill.
Yeah, didn't even have his ult. Just able to land all the damage, get it down, able to pick up Hype even with the barrier. And even with the spear not connecting from Peanut. Good moves from Zeus there. I want to see that Yone play again. There we go, as I say it. So, ends up having the tornado stacked up here. Uses it to try and clear out the wave. Stacks it up again with the first Q there, then the second Q over here. Goes back, flashes, gets the knock-up onto the Braum, and then ults away so there's no follow-up.
What if he just ulted in and killed them both?
I don't think it necessarily would have killed them both, because I don't think it would have put aggro onto him immediately. I think it would have just potentially let him die.
He should have done it.
Would have been cool.
I wanted to see that. not impressed.
Yeah. Triple kill or nothing? Is that
Zeka's better than that, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's good enough to do that. Still behind on gold, even after that play. 5 plates did go to the Renekton, it looks like, although not all of them. So some split gold with the bottom lane, looks like.
Oh, yeah, that was the big impact of those couple of plays. Making a big difference. Zeus now level 11, so his ult damage is slightly buffed. I know
it is larger, yes.
That's the buffs that came through.
Number is larger.
There's a moderate buff at level 11 and a big buff at level 16.
So Morgan still doesn't have flash, but with the Braum here, it looks like they don't want to overcommit. Bit of damage into Zeus, looking for the stun, but he just backs away.
Yeah.
Amba comes over, says hello, walks away.
Yes, we'll get the cannon. We'll get all the minions, actually.
He's chovying real hard.
He is doing a lot of that farming thing on Renekton. He knows the late game power, right? That's what he's here for.
He tasted being up 2 levels last game, so he wants to make sure.
That's what he does want. Although he's not really, he's like half a level up in this game.
Yeah. But he needs to get fed so he can get more kills.
Just picked up a dick.
Huh.
He is trying to pump out that damage. I wonder what he's going to build. I mean, Prowler's Claw was the OG, which obviously doesn't exist anymore, apart from in Arena.
Which you play a lot.
Yes. Very fun.
So, it exists for you.
Yeah. I'm allowed to have fun with it. You're not.
How about a Yomu? Oh, we're going in on this one. Zeka in a lot of trouble. He can't get out. So he looks cool. He's got great posture, but he's dead. Very unfortunate for him.
He'll fare better in the long run because of the posture impact on his spine, but in the short-term play, he did die.
I don't know about this for Zeus. He's spending a lot of time just getting whacked by a Jax. Delight with the rocket belt is actually going to get himself some space away from that one. Palu kind of just running into them. Knows he's got a door to hold up. So he's got kind of a straight up 4v3 here with Zeka not in the fight. No TP for him either. But meanwhile, this bottom lane is going very heavily towards Zeus. And now Delight going to go for the knockup, but a nice disengage from Palu. But Delight is going to go down as well. Traitor supports. Peanut desperately wanted that Rift Herald, and it's not going to happen. Instead, he will pay with his life. And, well, that's what happens when you disrespect them. You will get punished, as in goes Zeka.
So
gonna miss everything just by a small margin. And still Yone almost gets the kill.
Man, hype. Oh, no. Just surviving there. If you get hit by either the tornado or the ultimate, you are dead. Bro coming out pretty favorably in that passage of play, getting the Herald as well. Some mistakes, I think. Well, firstly, this mistake from Zeka, where he decided to exist. And then queued in, I think. Didn't expect the jungler to be here.
Yeah.
And also queued in at the end there. So if he had a queue to get away here, I think he could have gotten out. Multiple ways he could have gotten out. Didn't expect the jungler to be there. And here, Polu with a little bit of an oopsie here. He could have survived, so he's quite low on mana, and then he shields the wrong way. Would have saved him. But unfortunately, handback type, those two just chased down their opponents. Able to pick up the Nidalee here, and then Zeka stacks up the tornado and just doesn't manage to connect anything there.
Yeah, it was a 3v4 that they did not have to fight. But they wanted to.
They were just feeling it, you know.
Yeah. Well, they're probably in a bit of pain after that one. Still maintaining a lead of about 2,000, but a couple of Drakes over to Bro. They have the feats of strength on top of it. They get the mid-tier 1 with this Rift Herald. Maybe a chance at getting a third Drake. So Bro are still in this game. Yes, I mean, their side lane is an issue. Not this one, the other one. And now Bro gonna start up this Drake. They really want to get this Mountain Soul points. See if they can do that. Closer gonna get some healing. Some spears coming through. Hambach. That's actually a lot of damage. Flash on in. They want to take down the Akali. And it nearly works out. Closer gets out into his shroud. And then eventually just dies. Peanut goes in, takes him out with one swipe of the claw. And Morgan just gonna stun Zeus and back away.
Zeus still held his ultimate throughout there. Viper's his as well. Peanut getting some good poke. I think right now, Bro, you can't really contest this. And it looks like they are just going to back away. Good at kills, but mid for support, especially with how fed Closer is, HLE always favored in that situation.
That was a pretty interesting fight. I want to watch it back.
Yeah, so get the spear initially. The ult value for Delight pretty big. They focus down onto the Akali, who does only just survive. And Delight goes down for his engage, but Peanut just swipes in the Shroud, takes him out. You've lost your Akali, so many ults have been burned. And again, Zeus is half HP, he still has his ult. Nidalee can heal people up. It was the right call from Bro to back out after that.
Yeah, still feels pretty bad. You know, they were set up on that one, but...
Edge of Night, Renekton.
Edge of Night. I feel like the Korean side just noticed this at the same time. I'm hearing a lot of
Yeah.
I mean, you
block an ability.
You block an ability, yeah. I mean, it's just like a survivability item when you're already very survivable, which isn't really a word, but we use it all the time.
There's some games I'm like, yes, you absolutely want an edge. Like things like Edge of Night are really valuable for what they block. I don't look at Bro's lineup and think, oh, there's like a key ability that you need to prevent. Because the thing is, it's so easily procced as well. Like, you know, a Kali Q or a Lucian W or Q can easily proc it. Like, if it blocks a Braum Q, it can be a lot of value, right? Yeah. But, yeah, look.
Or, like, if Morgan flashes in with Counter-Strike?
I mean, yeah, but maybe just don't do that.
Just really reaching here, you know?
Yeah.
Again, I maybe just wants to survive a bit more.
Yeah, but... You know, he could have built...
Or maybe he accidentally built a Dirk thinking he was playing Jace, and he was like, wait, what do I make with this? He's like, huh, I guess I'll just make this item.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see what value you can get. He's level 14 now, 2 levels from the final ascendancy.
Yeah.
The maximum, the 240 base damage plus 10% bonus AD ult. Burn. I just want to see him cook people.
Well, Renekton's very good at that. He's a renowned chef. Morgan in a bit of trouble here. He is getting poked down and just dies. Okay, well, Viper goes over the wall and takes him out, and they're just running away from a Kai'Sa who's getting free damage. And nobody's able to do anything. Ingo's closer finally. And, well, the zoning ult from Delight wasn't so good. Nice flash from Hambach, but they're getting away. And we got a crying Dagon now. He's not liking this one. Zeka goes in and finally gets the kill onto the Akali, but he does die at the end.
Yeah, I think that final tower hit was what finished him up. Oh! Whoop. You can see Polo blocking the line of sight, so wouldn't be able to hit. But now, Ruinous Huracan going to be picked up by HLE with a lot of experience to be gained for Flowers. Close to level 16. Anyway, Morgan in an uncomfortable position here. Could have jumped out. Could have jumped out. Didn't jump out. And then here, I think Polo shielded direction.
He's having trouble with that shield. It's pretty heavy.
Yeah. And then, you know, they managed to kill Zeus pretty quickly. Apparently Edge of Night not saving him that effectively. And then here, you can see he's trying to get the damage and closes so it kills. Then he's going for hype. And I think last tower hit comes through. And unfortunately, does end up going down. But it's a nice attempt.
It's pretty funny that Viper just the whole game has kind of just been hanging out. And then he just has this one moment where
he clicks his buttons.
He plays it well, but like he's just given like a free moment to just absolutely rain hell on them.
Yeah.
They didn't even realize he was in the game.
So they got the Huracan, they got a bunch of flowers, and as a result, you got like a whole level lead.
Yeah.
In the top lane, Morgan is about to hit 14.
Peanut's level 15.
Yeah. Like over a level lead for Peanut, level lead for Zeka. Actually, not really, because Close is about to hit 15. But still, a decent amount of XP advantage. And all these Mountain Dragons they pick up, Mountain Dragon's one of the strongest individual dragons. Even though they lowered the armor and MR, like the percentage it gets, they lowered it. It's still pretty substantial. And every champion benefits from it, even whether or not you build a lot of armor and MR. So that, and then boosted by the Ruinous Huracan, does make a big difference. Especially if you purchase, like, I don't know, an Edge of Night.
Yeah, you can do that. I mean, he's got a lot of AD,
it does give health, you know?
Yeah, it gives health, again, survivability, survivableness, you know?
It does block spells occasionally.
Very important. Okay, there you go. Another blocked spell.
Imagine if that W had hit him instead. Like, imagine.
Game changing.
Yes.
Well, we're fighting over the Mountain Drake. That is very clear for both of these teams. Morgan wants to run, but he could just TP. Okay, there we go. And a TP on in. Delight has the angle. He's spotted, though, so they know.
Well, he's looking for a flank, but he's spotted on wards.
Yeah, he's spotted over there. Bit of damage comes in already from Zeka. But they're a bit scared about this Akali flank. And now Delight is just a minion. What is that minion doing over there? And, well, he's just going to pop his ult. He does get 2 of them, and he's got Viper coming in as well. And they just turned on the 2 of them that tried to kill a measly old minion. And now Zeus is just going to die. Not going to do much in that fight, but he is a tank for the team. And very low health bars. Hype is doing a lot, actually, but eventually does get taken out. And the hype does not last very long. Samurai win the fight, and they get another Mountain Drake.
Yeah, very scrappy, very weird start to the fight where it's just, hey, there's a minion there. Why is there a minion there? But they end up trying to come out to Delight, but Delight gets so much value in the turnaround with this ult. They're not able to finish him in time. The route that comes after the follow-up is perfect. Zeus feels very squishy. Not particularly convinced here.
It's just survivability item.
Yeah, and Hype, you know, he gets a good amount of gold there with the follow-up. Unfortunately, HLE will just do Baron.
Yeah, just 2-manning Baron here. You can do that when you have an Italy on your team. Viper spawns, and he gets it. Level 16 for Peanut now.
Zeus is about to hit 16. It's about to happen. I'm waiting for this, Brendan.
He's going to get it after his jungler.
And now he's gone last with... What is this for?
I think he's just clicking on random items and saying, well, this is good. It's got AD on it, you know? I'm going to burn them with my ult.
I feel like he could have just gone Black Cleaver. I'm gonna be real. You know.
But that wouldn't be as fun.
This is gonna be the point where someone says to me, actually, this is like a new legitimate Renekton build. It's like, okay, you know.
That'll happen. There's a Masters player on EU West. He plays it all the time. Why don't you know? Morgan's dead.
Yeah, he's already dead.
You're not getting away from that. I mean, he didn't even flash.
I mean, I'm certain Zeus is going to do a lot of damage if he gets on top of a single target. I just think in terms of team fighting power, maybe less so than you'd hope.
Yeah, I think I heard one of the Korean commentators saying Jax is supposed to be a counter to AD champions.
Yeah.
In exasperation, he said, knowing that, well, he's not doing very well into the Kai'Sa this game.
He's having a rough time, you know. I don't even know what to say. And Zeka is kind of just doing what he wants at this point.
Yeah.
I feel like he must have done so much damage this game. I mean, Peanut's probably going to have the most damage.
Peanut?
I actually think Peanut's done tons, just throwing speed.
Yeah, I mean, he did, yeah.
But Zeka just keeps getting these heavy trades. Yeah.
You don't see junglers picking it up very often.
And traps and stuff, like traps just do so much.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Oh.
It's Zeka.
Okay,
actually,
it's
Peanut
Zeka.
is number 5. So honestly, we're very wrong.
Did on his team. Okay, I mean, I was thinking Zeka was getting a lot of these heavy trades. But, you know, Viper also doing a lot of damage. A lot of people doing damage.
I like how we're very in tune with the production today.
Yeah.
Like, we want to see this, and then the replay comes up.
Very in sync.
Everything is working out
well,
really well.
You need to hit more spears, Peanut, if you want to do more damage.
He hit too many early on, you know, he fulfilled his quota. So now he's like, well, I think I've done enough. But Delight's going to hit the turret. Zoning ults, not allowing them to get in. Meanwhile, Zeus, ton of damage, and that backline just dies.
Guys.
Oh, we got a Zhonya's here for Peanut, and in they go, looking for Viper. Just going to ult to the top, but can they take him down? Morgan just going to get burned down as the flash comes out from Viper, and he creates the space he needed to survive. And now it's a 4v4, which looks a lot less likely than the 5v4 we just had for Bro. And Zeus is just a passenger of this game, you know? He's just having fun.
He really doesn't want POM. You know, I feel like after that game 1, everyone was like, it's totally...
Say, I really don't want to do an interview tonight.
Yeah.
Not feeling it.
Delight hits the turret, and then Zeus just gets absolutely melted here. I really wanted to see the level 16 ult value with the chain. We didn't get to see it. We didn't get to see it. He just died. And then here, this got a little bit scrappy. But Zeka just does 1 million damage, so it doesn't really matter.
I do still think that Renekton, he's fringe, but he's played often enough that this buff will mean we'll see him more.
Ah, yes, he has a Serelda's.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We had it in the last fight, too. It didn't do a whole lot.
Imagine if he had, like, Black Cleaver Sterak's.
Yeah, that would just be 2 normal ops. That's not very fun.
Imagine if he just didn't die immediately when the enemy team looked at him. He's 3k gold up on the Jax, and it feels like he dies quicker.
Yeah, I mean, having 4 deaths is pretty funny in this game.
Anyway.
He's got the survivability item.
He also has 2 Mountain Dragons with Ruinous, so he's like, there's no excuse.
No! Okay, he blocked the Braum Q, though.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah. Delight, like, coming in from the jungle as a minion, he's like, this isn't sus at all. And they're just going to back away.
Maybe the minion just got lost. He's trying to get home.
It's possible. I don't see an Anivia in this game, though, so
yeah.
A little bit weird. Zeka, I mean, okay, that's a lot of damage, actually. I mean, it's still Lucian Akali, right? It's still a lot of burst. And yes, they're very far behind, but you still have to respect the burst.
Yeah.
Just take the Mountain Drake.
I think that's the right call. Just keep stacking the Drakes. You have Ruinous as well. Get tankier and tankier.
We would never see anyone lose with Ruinous. So that would never happen.
Most of your team is starting to build a good amount of resistances. Not Zeus, but the other people. You know?
He's got a null magic mantle and plated steel caps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got some good base stats. Don't worry about it. This is, you know what this has done? This has made POM so much harder. Because after game 1, I'm like, it's easily Zeus, right?
Yeah.
But after game 2, no way. I feel like everyone else was a little bit more muted in game 1.
Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of a hard vote.
It's become so difficult.
POG was much easier.
Why do you have to do this to me, Zeus?
I think it's not Zeus.
Not anymore.
Even with his game 1.
His Jace game was crazy.
Although nobody's really standing out as much as he did in game 1.
Zek has been kind of crazy. Even though the score doesn't necessarily reflect it, he has been kind of crazy this
Yeah.
And in game 1, he did play as Azir, which was fine.
Viper going 1v5. Gonna Zhonya's. I don't know if that saves him, though. Okay, the ult comes out. It will save him for now. Creates the space, and the stun comes in, and he lives. Meanwhile, Zeka just dies, and so will Zeus. Eventually, nearly takes out Hype there, actually, on the backside of that. Oh! Well, no ults. I don't think they can do Baron.
Yeah, not against the poke that comes out from Viper Peanut. Remember, it's that AP Kai'Sa, so a lot of poke available in the Ws, and they will just back away.
So kind of an incon. Yeah.
The thing is.
No.
The thing is, if it's just a ward on you, fair enough. If it's just a ward on you, fair enough. There were minions there. You can't even claim, oh, well, I didn't know I was warded. There was minions there. There was minions right next to you. Of course he knows what. You're playing Lucian as well. You can just dash. You can just dash. You can just dash. You just like, oh, man.
Can we get a replay of that moment?
I need to see that again. Okay. Well, yeah, Viper's in a bit of trouble, but he's able to ult out again. Zeka just gets absolutely melted. Zeus goes in, does a lot of damage, and unsurprisingly, dies. You see the ticks coming through.
Yeah.
You know, you're starting to see what I'm talking about, right? Don't answer that.
All right, let's see it.
Look, the minions. He knows the minions are there.
This is, oh, really? Come on. I mean, he saw it. He even put the shot down. Maybe he wasn't looking directly at the middle of the screen.
Yeah.
I don't know what else he'd be looking at.
Maybe someone held up a really funny sign at that exact moment, and he had to go and take a look. I don't know.
Yeah.
Pretty rough. I mean, he's had a good game so far. That was pretty rough, if I'm going to be honest, from Hype. Bit of a goof up.
At least he's ahead on gold.
Yeah, Peanut having a pretty good Nidalee game so far.
Yeah, Peanut's trying to make a case for himself.
As POM, yeah.
I think his Poppy was okay. It is Peanut Poppy. You know, a little narrative point in there.
He did do some popping off? I don't know.
Offing?
Yeah.
Offing-y?
Please, Brendan. Let's try and decipher Zeus' build a little bit more now.
I don't want to. Hey, at least he has resistances now.
Yeah.
Some extra. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what he's trying to do here. And I think he's just dead again. He's going to live for a decent amount of time, though, as they don't quite have the damage. And there's the Braum ult, but in goes Delight, and in goes Viper as well, straight into the Zhonya's. But it might just be enough with the wallets. Viper getting incredibly low. They're so desperately trying to kill him. Hambach finally gets the job done. But I just don't think it's enough. They're down too much gold at this point. It's more than 10K. A triple kill for Peanut. And Viper stole away the 1 kill onto Hype. So it's only a Quadra, no Penta tonight. As Peanut does pick up the Quadra. But that will be the end of the game. As Homolive Esports will take the 2-0, unsurprisingly tonight, over Bro.
Yeah, pretty... It felt like the game was a little goofy, a little back and forth.
A little bit,
lot of kills there for Bro. Some question marks for sure, but ultimately it was still HLE coming in with the 2-0. Not a big surprise in terms of the result. Pretty sad one for Morgan that it was Zeus who stole away his Renekton, then he had a pretty unfortunate game on the Jax. You saw Delight give him a little pat on the back.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, buddy.
Maybe Delight was the one. He's like, you gotta take his Renekton away.
It's been buffed.
He's too good at it.
The damage at level 16.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Larger numbers. I mean, sometimes champs just come back in the meta just because they received a very insignificant buff.
I mean, we've already seen Renekton before.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
Always seen him play, especially in Tambessa. Yeah, I think ultimately this was a hard matchup for Bro. The problem is, like, it's not one of these matchups where these series where you're like, okay, it's a complete stomp and there was never any light, because they're always like, okay, just write it off. There were moments for Bro where they did look competitive. There was just too many mistakes and they were punished too hard for them.
Yeah. It's just the Life Esports or Gen.G way. These top teams, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Or, you give them a millimeter, they'll take a kilometer.
Thank you.
Doesn't sound as cool when I translate it into...
Thank you for translating it for the Europeans.
Yeah, we do have a lot of them.
Yeah.
But, yeah. You got to be almost perfect against these teams, or you got to hope that they're making a lot of mistakes randomly, and that you're able to snowball enough of a lead.
This was clean from Zeka. This was pretty hype. The little dodgery-do.
Boom. Should have ulted it.
Actually, I think Handback would have had aggro. So
yeah. You see how much damage he took from the turret shot?
Yeah, maybe it would have. Would have been crazy if he did. But regardless.
Then you ult, you do a bunch of damage, you Q3 them as well.
Yeah, lot of mistakes from both sides in these fights. We can see a lot of scrapping.
Yeah.
Not a clean game of League of Legends, but I don't think anyone was asking for one.
No. We didn't want one today.
Definitely needs to work a little bit on his directions with the Vorm Shield.
Yeah.
Once happens, mistakes happen. Twice, it's like, yeah.
Show the spear again.
Oh, we'll do that again. Especially.
I want to see it again. This is when both the melee champs went in onto the Nico. The Nico pick actually
got a lot of value.
Felt pretty good into what they were playing against, and also in the lane. So seemed good by the end of it all. Even though he did dash cannon into a turret one time.
Did just keep dying.
Yeah. Well, he built a couple of other components that gave him survivability. Cover Renekton.
Look at the damage they're taking. The health is just trickling down.
Almost broke through Hanbak's shield there.
Yeah. It's not convincing me, Brendan.
But he got a buff. So,
Yeah.
Please end. Where's my penta? He says.
Ready to hold the game hostage because he didn't get a penta. I respect it, honestly.
Yeah. Zeka's got like a sly little grin on.
Pretty convincing one. And again, today being a 4-0, I don't think anyone's too surprised. Look at the Zeus down. He was definitely much lower in damage in that last fight. He must have done a lot of damage with the ultimate. The tick damage. Are you
absolutely
convinced yet?
I'm convinced. Yeah, we need to see more Renekton, less Ambessa.
No, we need to see more Ambessa, so we get Renekton into Ambessa.
I think we can see Renekton without the Ambessa, though. I think he's good enough.
Okay. Okay. If you say so.
Well, POM will be Peanut, who only dies 3 times this series. Again, his Poppy wasn't super flashy like Zeus's Jace, but then Zeus fed for all of game 2, and so Peanut gets it with his great Nidalee play.
Zeus is just generous, It's interesting because he picks Renekton, and then he does a generous Giga Chad move of making sure that his teammate gets the POM, because I feel like Zeus was locked in for it until game 2 happened.
Yeah, generous Giga Chad, GG is what he's saying after that win. Thank you for the carry, perhaps, is something else he could say after that one. What items should I build on Renekton? Another thing you could say after that one.
Funny if I build these items.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many games of Renekton has he played in his career? I do wonder.
I don't know.
I don't think it's that many.
I'm not sure, but I don't know. I'm not convinced.
With owners Nidalee in the past, maybe.
Yeah.
Decent amount. But yeah, 2-0, 2-0. It's what we expected. A pretty straightforward day today. Eventually we were going to have these matchups where we have like a really top team up against a really bottom team.
Even
and it had to be today.
Couldn't mess up the predictions for today. Although to be fair, Degon got 9 out of 10 last week, so
he did.
He was kind of the GOAT then.
He was good last week, but this week I'm not so sure.
Yeah, didn't vote for Bro though in the Bro.
He did in the second match, right?
Yeah, but not in this one. So maybe that's why they
lost. He voted for them up against T1. What did he mean by that? Well, guys, we are done here on the desk. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation of the POM interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Peanut on the side of Life Esports. You're now at a 6-match winning streak. And this is your first POM. How do you feel?
6연승 달리고 있는데
Yes, that's right. We're on a 6-match winning streak. And my team is just doing so well. So that makes it even harder for me to get a POM, but I got so lucky today. And it feels great to get a POM. And in game 1, you focused the key to Bro's comp, Nefiri. So what enabled you to deny Nefiri so perfectly? Just based on the champions that we had picked, was just so effective against Nefiri, and it actually enabled us to be able to deny her pretty well, and that reflected on our gameplay during the match as well. And in game 2, you quickly took Renekton as your first pick. So was this an intentional strategy to steal the pick from the enemy? That's right. So we knew that the enemy top laner is really good at Renekton, and we knew that they had been playing Renekton and utilizing them really well, so we wanted to take that pick away from them. And that's how you completed a Renekton Nidalee comp, and you were absolutely insane with her. And it's been a while since you played Renekton Nidalee comp, so how was it? Yeah, it's been a long time. And I feel like there are a lot of moments where I could have played much better during trades in the top side, so it leaves a lot to be desired. Oh, like what? You know, on the Renekton W, if I were able to land my Nidalee spears, it would have been really nice. But regardless, you were able to show off such a great Nidalee mastery today. And there's a certain someone who always sends you the most affectionate feedback. Smeb was watching you from afar, and after seeing you almost get your pentakill, he was sending you so much energy. Would you like to say anything to Smeb? You know, I just always got the feeling that Smeb really wanted me to send him a message. So thank you for creating that opportunity for me. And Smeb, I do feel all your unconditional love. Would you like to say thank you then? Thank you. I'm sure Smeb is very happy to hear that right now. And in round 1, your remaining opponents are D plus Kia and BNK FureX. What are your goals? These are such good teams, and they have been maintaining such good momentum, so we have to make sure that we are prepared. So let's continue this winning streak. And that's the end of the interview with Peanut. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. Yeah. 2-0, nothing to see here. Hanwha Life Esports take the win over the Giga Chads. And I am sad.
Giga sad?
I am quite sad. I wouldn't say Giga sad, because it is just a setup for a good 1-in-1 week. But I am a little sad. You know?
You want to dive into that?
Lazy recalls lose games. And Hype had warning signs all over the place. Kaisa, Void Seekers were like dying right here.
They did not lose the game.
I do think there were more reasons they lost the game than Hype shopping while the Nidalee Spear came at him. I think there were at least 12 other reasons. This is what always happened.
You guys said, hey, Digon, let's talk about it. Actually, and then you go, oh, no,
you know
that's
what?
invalid.
You know what?
That's invalid. You never listen to me.
Justified call out. Sorry, Digon, we need to validate your feelings.
Thank you.
So how did it make you feel?
Sad. Let's take a look at the POM comments.
Well, votes first, of course.
And now the POM comments.
Okay, that's more of a split than I was expecting. I respect
not surprised
it.
by the fan vote.
The Viper vote?
Viper vote was a little puzzling.
No, but it's Jonah Strong, right? So like we need to see the angle. What was the angle? I'm not sure.
I trust Jonah. I don't trust.
So
media.
he played. I do think Viper actually. Yeah, well, I'm just talking about Observer. So he had 2 flashy games, right? Went in on both the Xayah and the Kaisa.
Yeah, the Xayah was pretty good. I mean, he played really well individually on the Xayah game.
Okay, I can see it.
Yeah. I thought it was a pretty weak performance from Zayas in game 2. And
he was
we didn't
testing.
like the Renekton build.
Not even I could defend that. And I love both Zayas and experimental builds. And even I had a hard time justifying that. Because just the Edge of Night, I was like, oh, and then he built Cyrildas. I'm like, he's just going to get popped. And he did.
He did. We were counting down to level 16 like he was Kassadin. Really did nothing, but good information for the bros later on when they draft the Renekton. Kronii?
Old Man Peanut still got hands. There was a time, I think it was early last year, where we were like, does he get to play Nidalee still? I'm not so sure. We know he can play Poppy, but Nidalee is always a champion that requires great execution, even though he himself wasn't too proud. I think it's a great reminder that, you know, those hands don't deteriorate. Man was the main win condition for his team in the second game.
I also think his Poppy game in game 1 was really strong, was able to shut Hambach down, and for me, you know, boom boom damage for Zeus in game 1, I get it. He did a lot of boom boom, a lot of Jace damage, but Big Brain, greater than boom boom. Although, when I put this comment in, I put this comment in before Peanut then also did a lot of boom boom damage in that game. But we decided this early on. We were like, okay, it's a Peanut vote.
And you're making clear why you voted.
Yeah.
You know, Wolf is not a simple boom boom guy.
No. That's why, like Peanut, I tried to do the big brain vote instead of the boom boom vote.
Yeah, the big brain voters just like
any boom boom voters in the palm comments.
Yeah, let us know. All right, let's take a look at some of the comments that we had here. Helios coming out, entering the jungle. Rule number 1:
big brain.
Beware of
big brain comment.
Yeah, that's very true. Hambach, I think, is slowly starting to become a little bit more stable. Something we saw with Luce last year as well, but. When you go up against Peanut, a little bit more stable is not. It's not going to.
You got to beware.
You got to really beware.
What else we got here from the Korean side? Sign me up as Hanwha Life's official fireman.
See?
The official fireman.
Another knower, because he's putting out fires all the time.
Well, it's also the quote from the K-drama Boys Over Flowers.
That hands up if you've seen it. Okay.
Every time he plays Jace, he just dives in
with hammer form.
He's a boom boomer.
Well, I kind of you guys were synced up. That was great. You should have kept it
going. Keep going with me, Wolf.
No, I was going to drop it so he could go, but he dropped it so I could go. Production chose me. They put me on cam, but I think you're the host. It was bad form of me. I'm sorry. Anyway, a boom boom voter, but we love Pony, so it's okay this time around.
And we're just on different pages.
He also did a lot of damage in game 2. Ooh, that is true. Yep.
That's good.
Gogo gets it.
And finally, we have Daniel Locks Harris.
Yeah, what's he got? Why did he put the weird water emoji for this?
Is that G-Sun? Is that G-Sun or...
He literally wrote the emote. That emote's not supposed to be used like that.
We went from octagon, octahedron, octagon, like the, you know, the stats thing, to now just that one.
I can't believe that G-Sun got him like that. That's amazing.
Let's take a look at Hanwha's remaining schedule as they've had their hardest task up front, up against Gen.G at the very beginning, continuing the tradition of the LCK champions facing off to kick off the season. They have D+, and they have a BNK Ferox that we're trying to figure out here.
I think after the Nongshim series, we know they're much better than we thought at the beginning of the year. They're not a top-tier team. I don't think that they should be close, and I'm sure the series against DK will be an absolutely incredible back-and-forth best-of-3 that DK lose and Hanwha win.
I agree with all of that. I'll also add, I do think that probably both of these series go to 3 because Hanwha against D+, there's gonna be a little happy gaming against BNK. Based on what I saw in this Pro Series, probably gonna be a lot of happy gaming. I definitely feel like both those go to 3. No, they win both, but both series go to 3.
They play to the level of their opponent, and then remind you that they're better, except against Gen.G. That is Hanwha Life Esports.
As week 1, we got Cope. They were coming back from first stand international tournament.
That's right. It was all the jet lag from the international tournament. Hanwha Life Esports now sit firmly in second place, above D+.
There seems to be a trend where each team is just like 7 wins, 6 wins, 5 wins, 4 wins, 3 wins. We kind of have a tier listy LCK here again in spring. It's the spring tradition to just kind of go down the line.
The real question is, how many team region are we?
1.8. I already
saw 1.8. Yeah, okay.
1.8 team region.
1.8. I'm saying 4.
The point 2 is when Han was not playing for real.
Well, who's your fourth then? Is it one of these teams that are on your screen?
I prefer not to. Well, it is one of
prefer
the two
not to
teams.
answer.
It is one of the two teams that are currently on our stream. That's what I was going to say. But then I looked and I'm like, yes, it's one of the teams currently.
Lots of red.
It's not KT, I'll tell you that.
All right. Good.
As
great top tier analysis.
Yeah.
Ronnie. That's what we wanted. KT, Nongshim, and then T1 versus D+. Y'all, it's been a day.
It's been a day.
And I hope that you have a great one. Wherever you're watching from, thank you for spending your time with us. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action.
DNF 오늘은 첫승 신고하고 싶었을 텐데 다음 주로 미룰 수밖에 없게 됐습니다. 그러니까 이게 일단 이기면 분위기 반전이 어떻게 될지 모른다는 겁니다. 그렇습니다. 눈을 뜰 수가 없나요? 이게 돌격입니까? 폭풍이 부는 겁니까? 디압을 강점이 연타로 나오고 있습니다. 어떻게든 내가 살기 위해서 상대를 그 아래 심연으로 꺾어내려야 됩니다.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.